Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 719. Hopefully, you guys are having a great day. I've had a pretty good day myself. I got a great guest for you tonight. Holla, what you got? How you doing, my friend? You want to tell everybody how you're doing and where they can find you?
Hey Eagle, how you doing? I'm Holwachagaot. I'm really glad to finally be on the show and finally get to meet you and talk in person. I guess you can find me at Holwachagaot on Instagram, where you can track me down on the Guerrero Grow Show. You can track me down over at FCP, but Holwachagaot on Instagram is the best way to find me.
Right on, right on. So, how you doing this evening? What did you bring to smoke on? First and foremost, I'm past due, so I'm jumping right to that. I'm gonna fire this up and find out what you got.
I'm walking through the dark right now to get to my shed and my bong to do just what you're doing, buddy. I'm way overdue for some bong here. I'll be smoking on just all the leftovers from the last crop I had. I'm waiting for stuff to dry. Been sampling some of the stuff that the caterpillars chopped down for me, or some of that kind of thing. But working on an assortment. So that a mixture. So
nothing wrong with it. A good salad's very enjoyable in my book once in a while.
from the it was actually called Blue Dream. I came in. I don't know. Sorry. So Blue Dream. I've grown it, and it's come out about 15 different ways. Every different nutrient, every different way I grow it, it shows itself differently. This last go around, 3 of them outside, all 3 plants got bigger than all the other grows combined. All 3 plants did. One of them.
Has the bong always been your implement, your way of smoking?
Absolutely. I've tried to start dab, stuff like that, dabbing. But I always go right back to the bong. My favorite thing.
No, not even joints. I heard you mention the big stuff, but he kind of went right by the old doobies there.
Yeah, I like joints. I love the bong. The joints, like, I don't mind joints, but the bong's my favorite spot.
I guess I don't. I'm not much of a bong smoker just because it's so hard to travel with. I very much enjoy, especially this time of year when the leaves are falling and shit, enjoy those road doobies. And it's just hard to, have that nice bong and steer and everything all at once. It's not a good travel device, I guess.
That's so true. That's how. Do you ever remember the old Toastmaster bongs, the old TMs, the acrylic? It's like an acrylic tube that had a red stem on it. Tobacco Master is what they were technically called. Do you ever remember you've seen those?
I don't remember those. What I remember is like the graphics bongs, which sounds like they were pretty similar.
Yeah, the plastic graphics had a bunch of those too, but like I'd say for probably like 10 years straight, I would always get the 24 into 18-inch TM Stokemasters because that was the only bong that you could buy around here. They were at the border station, and I would keep those things hidden in my vehicle or hidden somewhere, and always be riding dirty and always worrying about getting pulled over, getting caught with that fucking thing in the car. So I could definitely see where dispose of quick, stuff like that. They're great, but let's gravitate towards the bone. Why? Might be a nostalgia thing.
Nothing wrong with some nostalgia and smoking, that's for sure. Speaking of nostalgic smoking, when was the first time? When did cannabis come into your life?
First time I smoked, 7th grade, right before going to the bus stop with my buddy. We walked beside his house. Like we met before the bus stop time, like 20 minutes early. We smoked out of this little bowl, little nut bowl, and that was the first time I smoked. I took a couple puffs off the little bowl and walked to the school bus. You know, just kind of hanging and sat down on the school bus. And I remember this girl that I kind of had a crush on because she was just a pretty girl at the next bus stop. When she stepped onto the bus, I remember her walking down the aisle of the bus and like her hair was like flowing color and her lips were going. That's when I knew I was so high that holy shit, what's going on here? So the first time I smoked, I got really, really high. And I was like scared for like an hour at school that everybody knew I was stoned and all that. That was the first time, 7th grade. How about you? When's the first time you smoked?
It was right around, I want to say 8. I want to say that early on. I had stole some from the garbage bag in my dad's closet. Garbage bag, keywords here. And sat out in, again, probably the stupidest place I could go. Well, maybe not now. I kind of think about it. In his truck with my little brother while he was out, while we tried to craft a badly rolled joint and smoke. But I like I said, it probably a bad idea and a good idea. He probably would have never noticed the smell of smoke in his truck. You know, that's where he was always burning. So might have been the ingenious place to try to smoke. I don't know.
Brilliant. Oh man.
So how did it take off from there? Was it an everyday thing?
No, it was yeah, I didn't really start smoking every day. It was still pretty rarely like back then. I might have even got a little like uncomfortably stoned the first time, to be quite frank. But then I just I think when I really started smoking a lot was probably, it was just off and on through junior high and high school, kind of in high school more frequently. But once I got to college and got out of the watchful eye of all the parents and all the, you know, it was hard to get away with smoking when I was in junior high and high school. Just the smell and everything, just, and the repercussions were big time. Got caught smoking, there was the repercussions were bad. But once I got to college, I was free, just smoking my own home, stuff like that. Every day, and then on out, every day, you know, all the time.
Nothing wrong with that. So, what took you to college? Let me ask you that. I'm curious.
I went to school. I went to business. I went to school for business. I got a business degree, organizational management, and a marketing minor. And I was gonna, I was gonna go on. That was the plan. And I was gonna work for family business. My family, my great grandfather started a lumber business in 1893, actually, in Norfolk. It was a family business. I was gonna go to work for the family business at some point, but my dad told me I couldn't come to work for the family business unless I had a college degree, and I went, showed some, go get it, go prove myself, and then he gave me, come back to work for the family business. That's kind of why I went to college. My dad wanted me to do something with myself, and so that's I went to college and I learned how to fucking party. That's what I learned how to do. Learned how to drink. I got to smoke a lot of weed. That's what I learned out at college. It was fun. Of course, I did good grades too. I got pretty decent grades. I did good. I graduated. But
I don't think cannabis in general, I think it's more of a steady aid than something that necessarily kind of holds you back.
there's no question about it. The whole time through my childhood and my youth, I had issues with ADHD. I was ADHD off the chart, and I had anger management issues, and there's all kinds of issues that, in retrospect, like being sent to counselors and things, and being told by psychologists prescribe different medications to address ADHD, and I can go on and on about that. But all that stuff, like, and then going through college, and where issues would come up, and then somebody would find out that you're smoking weed, they would immediately blame the weed, say you needed to do this instead and quit smoking weed. If that makes sense to you, like, quit smoking weed, start taking Adderall, start taking mood stabilizers, and get your shit together, kind of thing. And all along, cannabis would have been a lifesaver back for me all along if I didn't have the repercussions with the crowd all around you thinking that that's the problem, because it contradicted religious beliefs, maybe, or just stigmas that were, in Virginia back in the 70s, back in 1985, you get caught with a joint, you might as well, or a plant. If you had a plant, you got caught on plants in Virginia back then, they take your house, take everything, just for having a couple of plants. Learn to hide it all along. But I need a lighter, Eagle. I gotta walk you back.
No problem. Please don't let me hold you back from smoking.
I'm like, fuck, man, I'm already nervous shit. I need a lighter.
I can only compare that to, like, as I talked about earlier, jumping in the car and realizing fucking a mile down the road, God damn it, I got a lighter and there ain't no store forever. Fuck that, go get that lighter.
I know,
gotta have that shit. So I guess it's a fair question. Do you remember what kind of cannabis you're talking about smoking between that first time in college?
The first cannabis in college, I remember when we first started coming across, like, kind bud, what we call it, kind bud. Like $50 eighths and $60 eighths and stuff. Like, but most of it was just like, dirt, brick weed, and sometimes you get the mids. It'd be a little bit greener, bricky weed and stuff, but just dirt. We were mostly smoking dirt sticks, I'd say. Occasionally getting some crip. Just fuck. I think that's why I started growing it, because I realized it was so expensive, and started trying to grow it myself. That's what got me into growing.
Right now. Yeah, crappy weed will do that for you.
It will. Yeah. And like now, after I've been growing, I guess I've been growing now for I'm 49. First plants I grew were like right before college. I actually grew the first couple plants before I started smoking in college. I was in high school and grew a couple plants on my side patio, just for the heck of it. And I forgot that I planted them in these buckets, and I hid them in this big juniper bushes on my side yard, and I forgot about that I planted them in there. And my stepdad found them, and he was super cool, but I thought I would get in a lot more trouble because I was really scared. I had him hidden, but he found them one day and he set them in my room. Whenever he came and goes, I know what those are. He's kind of laughing and went on along. So I'm freaking out. Like, don't tell my mom, please. Don't tell my mom. Who knows? They might have been male. I don't even know if they were males or females or what they were, but those were the first plants that I ever remember sprouting for me and growing on my own. I'm trying to actually, we also had a plant. My buddy planted a plant behind his house, and it grew in the woods like that. And he fed it all summer. We would check on it. We were waiting for it all year. That thing ended up being this pretty big plant, but it was a male. Somebody actually came and stole the plant before we harvested it, and we were looking forward to harvesting it and trying to smoke it and all that. We never did. Somebody came and stole it and took it. I actually found out who stole it and everything, and it was like a couple years later that I realized that was a male plant anyway. Like at the time when we thought when it got stolen, somebody stole a male plant from us and we didn't know differently. It's like this great big old, you know,
It's kind of funny though. It goes to show you at the level of which they were as well, because they stole a male plant.
We were about to go to their house and fight them for stealing our plant. And like it was years later, we realized they stole a big 6-foot male. it was bad. Couldn't talk about them like that.
That's kind of funny. I almost did, not necessarily. I was over a friend of a friend's house the other day, and I was talking about this the other day, and I seen they had a fucking male. They were like, yeah, such and so decided to try to grow this year. And, you know, this is all I got. It turned out to be a dude. He was all fucking ready to just throw pollen. I'm like, well, you got. Yeah, I didn't steal him, but I definitely threatened to throw him in the lake. I'm like, this is a horrible joke. You have to chop this down right now.
I know. I mean, I came on like, I guess it was like September or October of last year. Like in frustration, I was looking something up to diagnose a problem I was having with one of my plants. At this point, I'd never even mentioned weed or anything, canvas online or nothing like that. It was just all on the down low. Came on and I started Googling. I don't even recall what I was looking up. But it led me into the whole online weed scene and everything. And as I started like unpeeling the layers of all the different techniques and all the different ways to grow it, like now I'm at a point where I'm almost frustrated with myself because I've done like a million different nutrient plans and techniques and sprayed so many different things to prevent bugs, kill bugs, or react to things. And the more I learn, the less I know, kind of thing. This year, I built my soil and I started the living soil and I started trying to do experiments at home because the information I was hearing I was like, this won't work. Let me just try it at home because you get conflicting results and stuff. And I'm coming to the conclusion that the plant, it will figure out a way to grow no matter what we throw at it almost. It's like it'll adapt to what we're doing. A lot of times, the biggest plants I've ever had are this year, and it's in an experimental planter pot. It's a 30-gallon planter, and I built the Coot Mix soil kind of recipe thing, and I've been feeding it with very basic shit that I get from the grocery store: coconut water, a little bit of aloe, and this plant now is 12 foot tall. It's one of the only plants I haven't had any issues with all year. And trying my hardest not to feed it, not to do all these things to it, just to see what would happen. And It's one of my best plants. Just it kind of showed me I don't know shit, you know.
I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that 100%.
It's mind-boggling. I think that you probably grow it a million different ways if you just have a little plan and stick to your plan, you know, and don't mix it up all. Don't do everything all. Don't change your plan a million times going through.
I'm very much on the record saying that we overcomplicate it 100%.
It's like I'm really hyper into reading about the Jadam and the KNF and stuff right now. So for the last several months, that's what I've been reading about, doing the KNF research, and I made my OHNs and made all my ferments and everything like that. Right now I'm reading the Jadam stuff and I'm making the JWAs, and I made Jadam sulfur, and I'm trying to make all these ingredients. And even with the organic side of things, like the living soil side of things, like it would be easier to get confused with Jadam and KNF and like say, no, KNF says do this, no, Jadam says do that. But who am I to say that I know more than these guys like Chris Trump or Young Sancho? And who am I to say one of those guys is wrong about what they're saying to try or attempt when both of them are successful with it? It's kind of like us arguing if we should use the advanced newts or if we should use Gaia Green or whatever. And then, you know, it can all work, I think. Off on a tangent here, but
Oh no, there's no such things or tangents here or running off. I definitely love them. That's why the show is set up the way it is, you know what I mean? So we can travel down these paths and stuff like that of what you're passionate about, you know what I mean?
yeah, I do. I appreciate that about your show. I also like I plan to come on here and be more prepared like a week and a half ago, but even it's just daily life. I was gonna have at least my phone stand set up where I wouldn't be sitting here in a mess.
Right on. So I guess let's back up a little bit before we get talking about some of the more complicated side of things, or what people may think the more complicated side of things. It seems to be the more simpler side of things once you sit down and try to understand it a little bit. But how'd you progress from the first seedlings, that first grow? I mean, what came next? You know what I mean? What was the next few grows?
It was I started doing I guess it was 92. I started doing the first roads in my closets and stuff like that because we wanted well, we wanted to make some money on bud. I think was originally what we were trying to do, grow better bud. And I got it connected with, I had the Virginia Beach Canny actually was the first good bud that I had. And we started running it in the closet. And then eventually I started making building attic grows where I lived. I had a rental house and it had a flat roof on it, and then it had a gable built on top of the flat roof, like after the fact. So I cut a hole through the roof of the closet, and through the tar roof, I cut a hole in a hatch door and complete like hidden entrance and everything. Built a Tyvek room above my house in the attic space. Had two 400-watt street lights for my light. They were street HBS street lights. One went down to the bottom and just took the covers off of them. That's what I grew. That's what I was. That's when I first started having successful pros under those street lights. I called them successful pros back then. I guess I would probably been really, really excited if I got like maybe an ounce or ounce and a half, on a run. I would be really excited. And I struggled for years, get a few runs, get a few ounces, never be able to grow enough weed to smoke, and that have to keep me on track.
We were talking about how it progressed from that first, so
It was
basically that
very
the upstairs.
unsuccessful. I had lots and lots of years of unsuccessful growth, like where I'd waste a lot of effort and take a lot of risk. Because if you got caught, if you were to get caught growing plants in your house here back then, you could easily have your vehicles and everything confiscated. The laws were ridiculous, and people I know that they're getting lots and lots of trouble for growing. Well, my grows, I guess.
So what was one of the things you were doing wrong in the first years, looking back?
Use, gosh, you name it. I would say anything from like the rooms would get too hot from those lights. I wasn't controlling humidity. I had this little white, I still have it actually. I still have the exact device that I used to use to film. This was what I finally bought. I don't know if you can see it. Shit. Something's up the back anyway. Can you see that? Controlling the environment was the main thing we were doing wrong at first. We weren't controlling it. We were just trying to keep it cool enough not to cook the plants. We weren't as far as water and stuff goes. Pretty much tap water with nutrients added to it and stuff like that. It's sometimes well water. Just fumbling along all and never being able to ask questions about going. So I wouldn't even go in a hydro store once I started having plants in my attic. I wouldn't even go in a hydro store because I was scared to go in there. I can't keep losing my train of thought.
The grow store for me was always I lived in a small town, and I always couldn't believe we were the one to have the grow store for one, because I'm sure it was all of the surrounding cities that kept it afloat. But man, I knew when people in town went, I knew, you know what I mean? I recognized the car and shit. So I ran in out of that place like Flash Gordon anytime I had to go.
Exactly.
Yeah. Small town, growing in a small town can be a little scary for sure. So I guess moving on from that, how did it get better? What were some of the steps you took to take, to at that time, how did things start? When was the turning point, and what was the turning point?
I started using the techniques that my grandfather taught me to grow tomatoes and string beans and stuff in the yard. I started trying that stuff because I was chasing my ass with all these nutrients and things like that. And I think I saw like one of the things that was I specifically remember is using Epsom salt to cure these mysterious deficiencies that I would always get. And it's only been a few months, but a light bulb, sometimes in life, like 20 years from now, you all of a sudden have this little light bulb go ding, 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 and then things will kind of all of a sudden make crystal clear sense, like experiences that you remember from the past. And lately, it's been the seawater thing and these nutrient deficiencies. And I was reading in the Dom, it's like, before you do anything drastic, if you're experiencing these deficiencies, try a little bit of seawater and spray it on your leaves and see it. Like simple shit like that. And back then it was Epsom salt. If you had like tomatoes, if your tomatoes were getting blossom rot, you'd put a tablespoon of Epsom salt in a 5-gallon bucket, water them with that. Blossom rot would go away, stuff like that. And nowadays, I guess it's like, an example would be taking clones. I would struggle back then to get the Ganny to clone. It was hard as shit to get it to clone. And the way I finally figured out to make it clones, I took a styrofoam cooler and I put 2 inches of vermiculite in the bottom of the styrofoam cooler, and I just wet the vermiculite and stuck the clones in that vermiculite stuff, and then covered it with saran wrap and left it alone. And those clones rooted. It was like a backup cooler. I made some extras to see if they worked, and then I had another little section where I took real good care to do everything like I was supposed to do and used the cloning gels and stuff that I was told I had to use. And sure enough, the ones I took great care to try to make perfect, that were the better cuts and all, they didn't do well. They didn't root. And there was a styrofoam cooler full of cuts that made it. They were in the vermiculite. And the one thing I had done to those cuts that I didn't to the others was I put them in the refrigerator. I didn't have time to deal with them right when I clipped them off my plant. So I stuck them in a cup of water and put them in the refrigerator with all the leaves pointing up in the cup. And I came back like a day later and I just stuck them in that vermiculite to see what would happen. And those were the ones that actually made it. I'll never forget that lesson with cloning. Never ever. That was one thing that I'll never forget. That. And that was one thing, being able to keep the sea of green going. Finally being able to figure out how to keep the sea of green going and not losing and doing the little, you know what I mean, flipping the little cups. And that was when it started getting pretty decent for a while. Then I went up to Richmond to help a buddy build a grow room. He'd come and got some of my Ganny from me and my friends, who I can't mention them, my friends. I have to be really careful not to bring them into the story because they're watching, they listen, and they're stoked and all, but they can't, like, I just can't.
Understandable.
Yeah. And so I went out to Richmond to a buddy's house to build. The deal was I was going to build him a grow room. He was a stoner. He was the plug at school. That's how I met him when I was at school. And he knew I could do construction and stuff. He was growing. He was slinging, and he'd somehow gotten some seeds from Amsterdam, and I'd gone up to get something from him, and I seen all these plants he had. He'd popped a pack of seeds from Amsterdam. He had like a dozen plants, and it was Master Kush was the strain. Master Kush is what it was. And so I made a deal. I'll frame a wall for you, and I'll put some ventilation and stuff in here for you if you'll let me have one of those. If you let me pick a plant. He's like, yeah, sure. So I built his wall, and I put the ductwork and shit in his room and hooked it all up for him. And then I picked the plant that I wanted. And I picked them, one of the Master Kush. It was a girl, and it was a mom. That was the mom that I ended up running for like the next 4 or 5 years. And that plant, that probably my favorite to this day of anything I grew. But it would get so resined up that it would have like raindrops of resin coming off the heads and stuff. And it was just a really good plant. Fast forward to the year 2022, beginning of this year, and I'm just starting to see all these videos and stuff and see all these people that have been breeding these plants, like doing the work and tracking these cultivars to use the proper terminology, and just started realizing that I didn't even know much about the names and all that stuff like that. Like I still don't know much about it, but I'm learning fast, like that, about the breeding, about where it all comes from, and where these different cultivars come from, and history on it all. Still very new to all that. Like when I came and told guys like what my favorite cut was, and I said Blue Dream. A bunch of them that have been in the scene, like you guys, will kind of chuckle, like Blue Dream, old man weed, and stuff like that. And then I started to realize like Blue Dream was, I didn't even know everybody in the world had Blue Dream. I didn't know anything about it, or even if it's real, it's real. But now, now I don't. I love the Blue Dream. Whatever the one I have, the one that I call Blue Dream, that I have no idea if it's a cut or where it came from or anything. I just know that plant is the only plant so far that helps me with. I have some ocular issues. That plant, it affects me differently. It allows me to function literally without eye pain. It allows the eye pressure to drain out of my eye. And other cultivars, when I partake in them, sometimes some will give me relief for a minute, but then the pain will come back worse, and others will escalate the pain. And I also started noticing growing my own that some cultivars they exacerbate my depression, and they exacerbate my my mood swings, and others they aid with it. They help. And if you would have asked back 20 years ago, weed's bad, period. It's all weed. It's the same, but truth is, a lot of these different cultivars, they affect us quite differently. And even in more so than just a cultivar, even when you take it down, I'm starting to find out, like, if you take it down 3 weeks earlier than like the one the storm blew down, the Blue Dream that the storm blew down 3 weeks early for me a couple weeks ago. If I smoke that weed right now, it's super, super, like, it affects me completely differently than it does if I leave it running for another 3 weeks. Does that make any sense?
100%. I was talking about that the other night, how we're so quick to call strains indica sativa when we ourselves kind of have a handle in the harvest window. You need to, when you're running a new strain now, kind of choose that, you know what I mean? You need to pull some with full cloudy, maybe a little bit of clear, full cloudy with a little bit of amber, to see which dialed in hits you best. I very much am, think this for me, I view it, I'm on the medicine side of it. You know what I mean? This 100% on fucking
me too now, 100% medicine side.
But I think it's on the plant. I was going to ask you, before I say this, I want to ask you this. Out of like the strains that we're talking about, that you some don't work. Does your nose tell you that? I mean, can you tell like almost prior, or do you have to actually smoke or consume the cannabis to go, oh, this one doesn't work for me? Or 9 times out of 10, does your nose know?
That's okay. Like, that's good. That's actually a great question. And I think the answer is yes. My nose knows a lot of times a couple different things. My nose knows for sure as soon as I smell something, it's gonna be like a hot, like a gassy, like get you fucked up kind of fun party kind of high, like that kind of thing, like the Ganny or the Master Coach, like that smell, that gassy smell, which a year ago I didn't know what people were talking about when they said gas. I had to ask my friend, and I'll talk about it in a little bit, like, what are y'all talking about when you're saying gas? Like kerosene, talking about diesel fuel, you talking about, But now that I have been given the opportunity to grow several different cultivars that are all like, and I was told these, you'll notice a parallel of gas. Now I know exactly what he's talking about. But back to your point, can I smell something and do I know if it'll give me relief? yes is the answer to that on the mood side of things, but I think that's just because I recognize the smell of the plant that's been working for me. I don't think it's because I know a smell that's going to make my anxiety go away and uplift me rather than make me more depressed and more grumpy. Like I know, like when I smell my blue dream that I grow, I know, hey, that's my day strain that doesn't really get me so fucking high that I can't function, but it kind of lifts me up a little bit and it takes away that eye pressure. Um, that strain right there, like if I recognize that, like hopefully moving forward as I start growing more and now that I have an opportunity to grow more cultivars without wasting hard-earned money and chasing hype around, you know, I look forward to paying attention to that kind of thing. Can I notice from smell which ones do certain things? Did I answer your question, Eagle?
You sure did. And
Um,
that's one of the reasons I asked that, because, you know, I don't scoff at the fact, you know, like if dreams your jam, that's your jam. That's one of the beauties of cannabis is, I think, and that's why I believe, you know, you can clone that thing once you find that medicine that works for you, and that's the one you can actually keep that one for the rest of your days if you know you're doing it at a
hell yeah.
point. But moreover about the nose thing, I really believe, you know, back to like the plant medicine kind of thing. You're making an agreement. Your nose knows, you know what I mean? As you go through you're like, yes, we had, you know, you're the one
That's
that can
me.
help me. And I think that's a lot to do with it.
And to your point even further, like there are some cultivars where I almost feel like I almost want to sneeze. Like they almost make my eyes red before I smoke it, and it's not like doesn't pull me to it like some other ones. And um, what's an example? I'm trying to think. Most of it I love, but there's also a lot of it that it does not get me. It doesn't do anything for me. It's just like it looks really really good. It's pretty crystally all over it. I could smoke a pound of it, maybe get a headache if I'm lucky, you know. And then there's other stuff that's grown outside that the very best weed that I've ever smoked definitely isn't the prettiest. That's a fact. Like the top three weeds that I've smoked, and to this day, like the best weed that I have right now, it's not the prettiest, but it's sun grown. The sun is one thing that I'm like, yes, there's fantastic indoor medicine, but given the choice of outdoor sun grown medicine or indoor medicine, I would prefer outdoor. If you didn't have the problems with the bugs and stuff like that, of course, it wouldn't even be a comparison. But the sun grown medicine works best for me. The If I take a blue dream plant down, what I call blue dream, I should name it something else just so I don't get into any kind of debate about semantics. But if I take that plant down 3 weeks early, it's a completely different smoke and effect. And I only know that because the storm blew it down early. You know what I mean? I don't know that because I was smart enough to take a branch off and take a branch off a week later, or not smart enough, but too lazy to do it, let's say. You know, it's different. I'm getting ready to cut down. You know, it's that season where I'm getting ready to cut down, you know, my outdoor stuff, and I can put my nose up against my big blue dream plant right now outside, and I know my nose tells me I can't wait to have that. Can't wait to smoke it. But even more than that, my like the plant that my very favorite plant right now is the Ghost of Boneyard plant. It's 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 just I, the smell, like you said, I put your nose on it, and it's gassy. It's got smells I can't really describe. I have a pretty, I don't have a really sensitive palate, so to speak. Like I would be a terrible sommelier if that makes sense. But um, Damn, you gotta keep me on track, Eagle. I'm like a squirrel here. It's
I
midnight.
don't think it's necessarily smells we can't describe. I think it's just smells that takes you to places that maybe we haven't been. You know what I mean? We're just like, because music can do that to you. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Can take you, and yeah, smells. I believe you can do that to you too. And I just, it's yeah. You just haven't related that one memory or whatever to it. Yeah, it's just overtaking you at the moment.
It's like taste memories, like certain foods that are like your grandma might have cooked you back in the day. Like for me, some of my favorite foods must be like, oh my gosh, this is disgusting. Corned beef hash and scrambled eggs. All I gotta do is smell it. I think about my grandpa in the kitchen cooking it for me. You know, I'm a little kid. You know, before we go fishing, like it reminds me of going fishing with my grandpa and being up at 4 in the morning and tasting coffee for the first time. It's like those smells and certain weed smells do the exact same thing. Like you said, like certain weed smells take me straight back to that Master Kush and that Gandy once it was finally coming out nice and we'd finally grown it nice. And it was, you know, like yeah. It's,
So as a good tell me more about it. This have you had a chance to smoke it yet? Is this the first round with it?
the ghost of I've got several of uh several of the boneyard skier. I've got government cheese, NorCal Space Goo, and the Ghost of Boneyard, and I've only had a chance to smoke a little couple of nugs off of the bottom of the government cheese and one little piece off the bottom of the Ghost of Boneyard. It was literally like a tiniest littlest piece of bud on the whole plant off the Ghost of Boneyard plant, and I didn't even let it dry out all the way, but I took one bong hit of it. And it's the first time in like maybe like it's the first time in a long time I've been high for like 4 or 5 hours off one hit. And I literally felt like warm and fuzzy all over right after I smoked it. And I sat back on the couch and I went to send a text message into the YouTube chat, and I was typing in my messages on my phone, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I'm like, "I'm high," like it was awesome. And
So you actually got me smiling a little bit because yeah, we're talking about relating, you know, the terps, the smells to, you know, memories and shit. And when you say, you know, the government cheese, and I've seen it before, and it did it for me, you know. That's a taste smell profile right there. That, you know, that was an era. You know what I mean? That if you know what the fuck government cheese was.
well, I don't, but I want to take you and show you these plants, and you can probably look at the picture and probably smell it in your head.
Right
It
on,
is.
right.
It's epic. Yeah, I can't. I'm looking really forward to smoking the shit out of it. You can educate me about all this stuff. I'm learning about all the old all the cultivars and stuff because I was hiding from, you know what I mean? Just out of paranoia, I'll get in trouble.
But I'm just referring for there was and maybe, yeah, I would say, Mage, you've got to remember the gold government issued cheese. They issue out
Oh
the
yeah, oh yeah,
5 and 10 pound blocks there.
oh yeah,
Fucking,
absolutely. Government cheese.
does it smell, or does it have a, is it same? Can you put A to B with the government cheese and the government cheese? Any similarities in taste or terp profiles? That is a funny name, though. It takes me back just even
It's a
saying
great name. It really is a great name for a cultivar. Government cheese. It's great. It's great weed too. I popped a pack of them. I had. It
Oh, it looks dank as fuck from what I seen of it.
couldn't hear you.
I said it looked, the pictures I've seen of it look dank as fuck.
it's fantastic. The way it grows too, it's nice because a lot of tennis gear grows this way. So it's not a lot of trimming this up. It's just like little like balls all over, like nug, dense, and like nug stuff like that. I guess is that a trait of like OGs? He told me, and I should remember right now, but that growth pattern, you probably know, like I don't know, the Ganny was leafy as shit. It would grow like heads with like tons of leaves and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Harder to more trim.
So we've talked about, a little bit about your beginnings in growing. So Blue Dream, what other strains have you been growing from the beginning in that first time? Or, in the
From the
beginning days?
beginning, it was the Ganny first, then the Master Kush. I grew the Master. I held the Master Kush for a while, and then Ganny, Master Kush. Then it was Durban Poison and AK-47. I got those seed packs. I ordered those seed packs. That was the first seed packs I ordered. I actually mailed in money. I put fucking cash in an envelope and mailed it to Amsterdam with itself, like my address, and just waited. Sure enough, a couple weeks later, I got this little card with a little gear like taped to the card, and the seeds were hidden in the gear. And then the label, it was AK-47 and Durban Poison for those two seed packs. And they both went to shit for me indoors. They grew straight through. They just went crazy. Now looking back, knowing what I know now, I know why. It was just I don't think Durban Poison is going to grow in a 3-foot high room, 3-foot tall room very easily. But now, and so that kind of put me in. I went through a lot of it's hard to talk about, but I went through a period where I wasn't growing. It was very controversial. I wasn't. My wife didn't want me growing. My wife didn't even want me smoking. Right, she was rightfully wanting me to get my shit together, but bless her, didn't know exactly what my issues were, but knew something had to change. You know what I mean? And so I wasn't growing for a little while. I was, getting back in a situation where I was having to purchase medicine and sneak it and hide it. And I'd be doing better, like in my life when I was burning, but I was doing it on the down low. Nobody knew I was smoking. I was, hiding it. You go smoke and brush your teeth, put the clear eyes in, get back to work, feel like you're not smoking and functioning well. And then everybody's thinking, "Oh, you're doing so good now that you quit smoking." And I'm sitting there going, "Yeah, I know, man. Isn't it great?" And you keep functioning, do great. And then here I am, long time down the road after, like, the growing the plants. Actually, here's one thing that the growing does for me now. Like, just having to check on my plants and be there and have something to be responsible for, like a simple task, and hold myself accountable to kind of a routine to get on. Yeah. The plants help me in that regard. But and they also reflect how I'm doing in my life. Like when I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, it seems like my plants are usually doing better. Does that make sense?
Oh, hell yeah.
And if I'm that's one the OHN making my OHN. This is a silly story, but when I started, I did the KNF was the first stuff I started, and I'm still very much doing it. But making my OHN, you know what OHN is, right?
Refresh me. Yes, I do.
Eagle, you know what that is, right? The KNF, the OHN.
Microbes, right? Tell me.
It's the ferments that you make when you're in the KNFs. It's one of the you make these ferments with 6 different ingredients: cinnamon, garlic, ginger, angelica, licorice, and you make these 6 ferments, 2 of angelica, and then the other 5 are single. And it's a 3-month process to make it. And all you have to do every day is get up in the morning and go and stir your jars clockwise. Just takes a couple minutes, but you got to do it every day, right? And I get
clockwise?
I'm gonna come back to that because I still wonder why clockwise. But so every day, like there'd be days when I was depressed or whatever, or feeling sorry for myself or something, and I wouldn't go. I would almost forget to go stir my jar, and I make myself go stir it. And like a couple weeks in, I realized, why is it so hard for me to do this every day? Take like 30 seconds every day, and just and do this. And why am I stirring clockwise? I started thinking about the clockwise thing, just like, why clockwise? And I even ask. I want to ask Chris Trump. I want to ask those guys, why clockwise? And I believe Chris Trump said that because that's the way my master told me. He said stir clockwise. And you hear him say that in his videos a couple times. And many times I've thought about that, if that's just like the old Jedi mind trick to trick the student into paying attention. Like, does it really matter if you stir clockwise or not? Or is that just a way for, like, you know what I mean, the master to get you to pay attention to details? I've wondered about that a bunch. People have told me that it's because of the rotation of the earth and this, that, and the other. And I don't know. I do. I stirred mine clockwise.
That's the instructions. That's the instructions, right? Yeah, it's curious though. I'm curious as to why.
I can't see anything in chat or anything. I can't pay attention to it. So I hope I'm not supposed to be people.
Well, that's, I used to encourage that, but then as time went on, I've seen it to be a plus and a minus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody has a question for me, I'm happy to pay attention to it. But I only had vision in this eye, and up until a couple months ago, I was having to wear an eye patch all the time on this eye just to even be able to be upright. But now I found a cannabis cultivar that allows me to not have to wear an eye patch and hardly even have to wear sunglasses, and I don't get headaches anymore. 6 months ago, I couldn't even get out of bed. My eye was so bad. My ocular pain was unbearable. It would make me nauseous, make me vomit, make me black out. Sometimes still black out from pain. To be a quick pain, I blacked out a week and a half ago from it. But on the grand scheme of things, I'm functioning. I'm up and moving and working every day now, 18 hours in the yard, trying to get my life back together. Where before I'd quit. I had literally quit. Like, I was done. Period. Yeah, that's one thing I'm very thankful for cannabis for. The mental and the physical relief. The mental and physical pain.
Oh, me too. Me too, 100%. And the appreciation grows constantly, to be honest with you.
Yeah. My appreciation for it, like you said, is growing. It grows exponentially.
So when when did you realize that it was more, than like a get high, recreational type thing? When did the ha moment?
I realized that once I should have realized it when I watched my grandfather dying in his hospital bed, and I should have realized it earlier on watching sick people. But I realized it once I got sick. Once I got cancer in my eye, and I had a malignant melanoma in my left eye. I had a tumor that grew, and I ignored it, and it ruptured. It didn't rupture. It detached my retina. My retina detached, ruptured basically. And that pain sent me to the doctor, and I found out I had a tumor in my eye. Really quick fast forward, they end up doing a surgery where they roll my eye out of my head and they put a little cup behind my eye, and they put it back in for 5 days. And this little cup holds this radioactive shit. They blast this radioactive stuff into my eye for 5 days. And then they go back into surgery, roll your eye back out of your head, take the cup out, and put your eye back in and hope for the best. And going in, I have this issue with medic. Like when I go to the, I get like, they have to treat me like a fucking 10-year-old. I get like sick to my stomach. Like I'm scared shitless of any kind of medical procedure. But I was lucky. My wife dragged me to this doctor who saw that, who noticed that right away. And he tricked me into trusting him. And he did a great, he saved my eye. He did a great job, you know, convincing me to proceed with surgery and all that. But one of the stipulations was if I did the surgery, like I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to do the surgery if I had to take painkillers or opiates to deal with it, because I know my own personality. I have super ridiculously highly addictive personality. I didn't want to do it at the time, and I didn't. I ended up getting to a surgery, but then after the fact, instead of taking painkillers, cannabis was it wasn't on the menu really. It was in my eye, was giving me, it was so painful and so fucked up that it's constantly driving me crazy and constantly making where I couldn't function. And I guess I started getting depressed, quit. I just fucking quit doing everything. And I was making plans to give up, you know, just get the fuck out of here and make it look like an accident. I was gonna make it and have an accident. I was gonna have a surfing. I couldn't decide if I was gonna have a surfing accident or what kind of accident I was gonna have, but I was gonna have an accident. Right? And
Thank you for sharing, brother. Man, I can't even imagine. It had to be a tough time, man.
and
Shoot.
so yeah, you know, a couple years past my expiration date or my go by, and here I am, pretty much just fucking giving up, waiting, fucking just I quit painting. I had started doing artwork. Artwork was a tool that was given to me like way back as a kid. Therapists and stuff said, "Well, you know, what can you do to occupy to kind of change? You know, what come up with a hobby or something to occupy your time, you know, fishing and all that stuff." But art became a tool to channel my emotions. Like, it just became a therapy tool. And once I started losing my vision, I was just getting to the point where I was really getting a groove doing art and stuff. Once I started losing my vision, it got really depressed, and kind of almost gave it. And recently, somebody sent me some cookies. A guy sent me some cookies, some edible cookies. It's my Amendment online community. He can say his name if he wants, but I ate those cookies. I was wearing an eye patch. I was coming online like occasionally, and I had my eye patch on and stuff because I couldn't even function without it. And I ate these cookies. And all of a sudden, my eye is draining. No, it's not hurting. And then I started realizing the cookies were sent to me because I had kind of mentioned a correlation between the cultivars that were working. I met these people because I was actually hunting down answers for why some weed was helping me and some was hurting me. And I was getting pissed off because I was spending money on seeds and things like this. Money I did not have, money I was taking out of my family's mouth to buy seeds that I was basically chasing my tail around in little circles. And Cooney sent me some cookies. They worked amazing. And then somebody else sent me some chocolate edibles, some pico. I started putting two and two together and realizing that all cultivars are not the same. That the provenance on where these cultivars come from and how they affect different people. Like that's important to people who don't have the money to go buying everything, spending. Like if somebody's really sick, and somebody out there has an easy path where they can say, hey, you try this strain, you go put it in your backyard and you plant it, and you have a good chance of it giving you some relief. That I see that as great value to people who are struggling. If that makes any sense. I think that there's how do I say this? I'm really, really grateful for this community. I was hesitant to even come into the public spotlight. I wasn't even going to come into I'm really grateful for this community, though, because I've met some people that I'm forever, forever grateful for having met. It's really steepened the learning curve and really given me, a second outlook, kind of almost like a second chance. I put all my paint and stuff down 2 years ago. Like I quit. I was going to throw it away, and I started painting again. Literally because my friend Tony was watching it just go through these struggles that I couldn't get off the fucking couch because my eye hurt. I see this fucking one-legged dude hopping around doing shit that I don't know. It's just he gets mad at me when I look up to him, but he tells me to look at him for what the strength that humans can have, and there's a lot of fucked up people out there like me that could use help with a community that's supportive, like your community, that I see you listening to people, like lots of different people, and I see that you do a really good job of, well, first of all, making people talk. Like I'm sitting here, you do a good job of listening, and to my that's the reason I decided I wanted to come on this show. I wanted to be able to come on this show and talk to the people that I see you talking to and stuff all the time, and meet more people in the community, because there's plenty of really positive people out there in this community, and also to do my part to help remove the stigma that there's lots of people that are scared to even say they smoke weed because of the stigma that's stuck around it, that they really need to be growing weed, smoking weed, and not taking opiates and not taking all this other shit. Right? There's to remove that stigma. That's that would be great, or to help a little bit.
Well, I gotta say, it's an honor to hear your stories and everybody else's stories as well. It's not easy to come on and talk about the hard times in our lives. You know what I mean? And but I appreciate you and everybody else that does, because it does provide it. There's, like you said, there's other people out there that need to hear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That they too, there's other people out there that's felt what they're going through and shit. So
there's more fucked up people out there than there's people that got shit together, in my opinion, at least. I'll be the first to know I'm fucked up like a football bat. I'm just every day, it's
that's it's stories like what you're saying right here that I think that are super important, because I really, and this is absolutely no bullshit, I really believe that people need to know how important the cultivation side of the cannabis is. There's a lot of weight to the medicine itself, but the can too that comes with, what I mean, the everyday draw of having to water and take care of your ladies and have something to do, that not to mention the can do of producing your own medicine, even more so saving money over having to give to the pharmaceutical markets. You know what I mean? That is the most impactful side that I've seen, and the healing side. It's not, cultivation in general is super strong, but I find more and more, myself included, as you dig deeper and deeper into how to cultivate the plant starts cultivating you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it
And
does.
it does 100%.
It does.
And the deeper you dive into it, the the cleaner, the better, the stronger you get. And that's super powerful. I really, really hope people hear this and decide now, yes, I can go get my medicine from a dispo, whatever, but they should really, really put some seeds in the ground and do it themselves.
Awesome seeds. And yeah, it's actually when it, like you said, it really, really exposed, the plant exposes my weaknesses to me, because if I'm buying weed at the dispo now, or if I'm buying weed from one of my buddies, it's because I didn't plan well enough ahead now, because there's no excuse that in 3 months' time that I'm not either harvesting, I'm not harvesting my own plant from my backyard. It's too easy to fill a planter up with dirt and put a seed in it and let it grow, to not be growing my own, growing my own medicine, instead of wasting hard-earned money to pay premium prices to support an animal that I don't care to feed, the pharmaceutical industry, so to speak. Um, and and man, there's nothing more rewarding than having too much fucking weed to trim. When you've been like waiting for weed and scrounging for so long, for so many years, you've been wondering if you're gonna have enough to have. Now you're wondering where you're gonna put it on, how you're gonna trim it all, and which neighbors you're gonna give it to first. And when you walk and hand somebody a big ass jar of what you consider your under trim, like your shit, and you don't say nothing to them, be like, here, you can just have this. It's what I'm working on right now, wait until harvest. And you hand them the jar, and then you get a text message the next day, like, holy shit, what was that you gave me? That was so good. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, I was getting ready to apologize to him for how nasty it looked and telling him the good stuff wasn't dry, but it's 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 so rewarding going handing giving taking plants to my neighbors and my friends that need it, especially sick people. I've got I got to be careful what I say, because I don't want to tell somebody else's business. But I have a friend that her husband and her son committed suicide all in the course of the last 5 years, and she also uses cannabis and works a job and has a daughter still to raise. And like I carried a plant over to her a couple months ago because I had too many plants. I carried this big plant over there to her and set it on her back porch. And she was like broke down crying. She was like so like thankful to have it. And like I'll take her a couple, and I take her some buds. When I have them, and I'm getting ready to take her a shitload. She's gonna hopefully be excited. Uh, like all my neighbors, I'm finding out they all fucking smoke, and they all scared for anybody to find out. And they're all super stoked to have it. And they all need it, and they're all on prescription drugs like Adderall and all kind of shit. I'm talking about church ladies, and I'm talking about all the way across the board, like all the way across the board. Like they're on these prescription, like the fucking Adderall and that shit, like, and there were like things like that. Like it infuriates me. When I was 22, Eagle, I was being prescribed 120 milligrams of Adderall a day, risperidone, and all this other shit, so that I could function normally and wouldn't smoke weed. This is professional medical advice. I couldn't even afford the prescriptions to have these prescriptions, even with insurance. Turns out that all I probably would have needed back then was cannabis, just to dull that background noise in my head. Like literally. Um, But hindsight's 2020. I'm not here to bitch about it, really. Well, I am, but I'm 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 optimistic that maybe somebody will hear my story and know that I came from, like, every day is a struggle. Like, I could tomorrow morning I could have a hard time getting up and wanting to brush my teeth. You know, you know.
Cheers to you, brother. 100%. Appreciate you. Man, yeah, an incredible story, man. Incredible story. I cannot imagine having to go through some of the things you've told me about tonight, man.
It, man, I have a lot of I can gosh, it's harder than it's hard. It's hard to talk about it sometimes. I apologize for getting emotional. I know I don't need to, but it's embarrassing.
That's why I said, thank you. I appreciate you guys. It isn't easy to tell you these journeys. You know what I mean? Very much so a struggle. And I appreciate you. And I thank you for mentioning the edibles too, because Chad, just as you kind of asked that, you answered a question, if you were smoking or if taking edibles as well. So that's a powerful part of the story too. So
Yeah, I'm still very much figuring out a recipe that works for me. I'm still figuring out, what works for me, and I'm so thankful to have people that have jumped right to
I was just gonna say, how about hitting that bong?
say, well, I can hear you.
I was just getting ready to say, how about hitting that bong?
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. I'm smoking a little bit of Macmosa. Mr. Smiley's Gardens was passed me. Super good. Even though I'm not a huge fan of the orange, it has just enough of the orange, but it's a good social smoke weed. You know what I mean?
Turn this air conditioner down. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
It may be my mic. Let me turn my mic.
Oh, you can turn yours up.
That's easy enough. There we go. You might be able to hear me a little bit better now.
Yeah.
There you go. Zoom filters out shit all the time, so sometimes too good.
Right. Yeah, I'm still very much figuring out my recipes, and I was anti-edible also for even back at the beginning of this year, because I tried several edibles from dispos and stuff like that, and I always seemed to just wake up with the hangover. Like, I'd wake up with my eyes feeling glued shut, and I didn't get the same effect. Um, I don't get the same results, like, from all the edibles either, by any means. I want to. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to make Pico here in a few weeks. I'm gonna try to make my own with all my trim and my underbuds and stuff like that. Have you ever made pico before? Eagle?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely, many a times. And that's a little bit of a like as in harvest time, I think it should be made with intention. You know what I mean? You're pulling with intention during harvest on how it affects you. And as you're talking about edibles, and Fico, I think that's intention as well. One as far as edibles go, that comes with finding that cultivar that works for you, and then incorporating it into the edible and consistent. There has to be some consistency, as you have already kind of pointed out with the edible. But as far as the Fico goes, I think that as well needs to be made with intention. I think people that talk about making Fico with a quick wash and trying to keep the green, the chlorophyll out of it, now you're making a more recreational high.
That's the recreational.
Yeah.
I'm 100% on the same page with you. I want my Fico to soak and come out brown from what I'm being told. I want it, you know what I mean? I think I don't care if it comes out brown. I don't care if it comes out green. That's not what I'm after. I'm after the nuts from it.
And that's, to me, that's the Fico. That's the full, that's the full extraction. You know what I mean? Anything less, it's not full. I think that chlorophyll and the CBN, all of it, the process that takes it further down the line, that's what makes it the full spectrum.
So let me ask you what you think of my planning here going in. I'm actually planning on my Pico with the Blue Dream. I'm planning on. I couldn't decide if I wanted to make individual batches with the plant that was harvested early and late, but I think I want to mix all of that together. So I have that full early and late spectrum batch of Pico from the same cultivar, but I don't know if that's a bad move or a good move. You follow me? Like, say if you had 3 plants, one was down week 1, 2, and 3. Say you had like a pound that fell down 3 weeks early, and you smoke it, and it makes you, it literally race. It makes my heart almost race. It race. It's different. It's different than it is if it goes longer. I don't. Would you mix them together or would you separate? Because I could soak them separately and I could distill them separately, and I could have 2 jars of Pico and I could compare them, or I could mix them all together ahead of time. Do you think it would make any difference if I mixed them prior to or after the fact? Or do you know? I don't have any experience. I don't know.
I like the idea of it being mixed, but I'm curious to see, you know what I mean? I'm curious to see if there's actually a little bit of different effect from, the different stages there in the same cultivar.
That answers my question. That's you're right where I am too, then instinctively. So that's the way I think I'll do it. I think I'll put the early plant in 1 jar of alcohol versus the late plant in 1 jar of alcohol. And I think I'll distill them separately and keep the Pico separately so I can experiment.
It could be as simple as, a daytime and a nighttime Fico. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And then I could also give a drop of each one to someone else, not tell them what it is, and let them give me their feedback on how it affected them before I tell them what I gave. Kind of a blind audition, kind of a true test, kind of like, yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, that's the way I think I'll do
that. That's why right there that I think that bro science doesn't get as much credit as it should.
Right.
And some of that I'm on the table of saying that some of us don't necessarily speak out about some of the shit that we do or the bro science, or start jotting it down and making record of it, because we think I know I've done stuff and gone, that's a good idea. Somebody's had to thought of this by now. You know what I mean? So you just kind of continue to do it without necessarily take note or whatever, when I guess I, whoever were pioneers in doing it, and and then when you start talking about it, you don't necessarily get the accreditation because there's bro science. Where's the white papers? Well, the white papers are in my head. I've been doing it for 10 years. You know what I mean?
100 fucking percent. Like I thought I didn't know when to harvest buds. Once I started coming online, I thought, well, gosh, I got to go buy some microscopes because I've never looked at a trichome before. And now that I had a microscope a couple harvests ago and I started scoping trichomes and stuff, I put the fucking microscopes back in the drawer. I don't need the microscopes. All I need to do is look at the bracts and look at the plant. All I need to do is see what the hairs are doing because like, I'm not on the level where I need to know if it's amber or milky. Maybe there's something to it. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure there's not multiple colored trichomes all the way through the bud. Like they're ripening. I don't. But as far as bro science goes, it's not fair for people to say, oh no, that's just bro science, and immediately dismiss something that just because somebody doesn't have a PhD, if they've been doing something for a long time, experience in my eyes is more valuable. Experience is, I mean, knowledge. You can have all the education you want, all the knowledge about a subject you want, but if you have no experience actually doing that, your knowledge is still limited. Like an old man that's been farming for 60 years that didn't go to horticultural school, I want him growing like tomatoes, maybe, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. And so there's a balance. You can't just immediately shut down somebody's idea as bro science because it's not documented, when a lot of this stuff was research that was done when you wouldn't even consider writing something down. If you wrote something down, it would be held as evidence against you if you ever did get rated. Yeah, so goddamn, I wasn't gonna fucking write anything down in a notebook. I would have loved to have had a journal like I do now. I keep journals now, and nothing's more powerful than looking back at my journal from 6 months ago as something I wrote down that I got to start doing and thinking, that's not right, or, oh, I did that. That's what happened here. This plant's doing great. And I said it's because I sprayed hot dog water on it. But in actuality, the hot dog water had nothing to do with why the plant's doing great, or vice versa. Or the hot dog water may not have killed the plant. It may have just been a coincidence in timing. There's just so many variables and so many things that are in constant flux that it's hard to, what I mean? I think that diversity in growing, just like the micros, and diversity and being open-minded, I think it's the best path forward. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Fuck the microbes that's a whole nother. Fuck it. I got time. You got time. We go down through microbes if you want. Fucking, that was a aha moment for me. You know what I mean? That's one of those things that we were talking about just a minute ago. As you're diving deeper into the plan, and wanting to know how things work and better your operation and shit, stumbling into the wormhole of microbes was just so fucking eye-opening for me.
It was
no, you're the guest. You please.
Like you said, the microbes, I heard the aha moment kind of thing. Like once I started getting into the microbe deal and all that, it occurred to me, it was like ding, 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 a light bulb. Back when I was watering my plants in my attic and using the Fox Farm bottled nutrients, it was all a precipitation thing. It was all a salt. Like the plants are pulling it through a chemical precipitation. There's different ways that the plant can get its nutrients, but they're not necessarily utilizing the microbes to their best ability. And now, like I'm learning about the microbes, there was a point where right when I first started hearing about the microbes, I hear, oh yeah, I got to go get Glomulus interdices. I got to introduce Glomulus interdices to my roots because Glomulus interdices puts off exudates and tract off. But in reality, me even saying glomulus interdices or buying a package that has that written on the back from a company that's selling it, yeah, that might be one of the predominant microbes. Yes, it probably is. But how are we so vain to say that that's the one that's causing all the good stuff to happen when there's like 16,000 other types that we don't even have a microscope. We don't even know what else is going on. Like, my mind's racing ahead of my speech. I can't. It's hubris. It's hubris to think that we have a complete understanding of biology. When I can, when I set those IMO collection boxes out, and I started getting my first IMO collections and stuff, like, it's just, like I said, it just blows my mind. It just opens up so many more doors, and it's awesome. Without, you remember one of my favorite episodes that you had? I haven't seen all of them, by the way, because it's all new. But when you had Chris Trump, you know, I mean, I had no idea that, like, he even partook in cannabis or anything like that, you know. And when he was talking about how the reason that he doesn't make that a big topic is because he wants to be that little insignificant cog in a wheel that changes the way people do things. You know what I mean? That is the insignificant cog in a wheel of change. That's kind of what made me really say, I'm calling Eagle. I want to get on the show also. I want to be an insignificant cog in that wheel. Like, even if it's me fumbling into learning how to do Jadam and KNF and not knowing a thing about it, like, hopefully somebody will see some mistakes that I make here in the beginning, or maybe somebody will see some mistakes that I'm making here, making my first FICO and things like that, and either learn from it and not have the same problems themselves, be able to more readily help their great grandma or their neighbor or somebody, and not, you know what I mean? Like, that would be ideal. That's the reason that I'm going way the fuck out of my comfort zone and coming on here, and also because I see the community that you perpetuate, and I want to be a part of that. I want to. It's just a cool thing. You know what I mean?
I thank you. They've been thinking, in chat, what a great episode. Thank you, Eagle. Thank you. And I'm like, I just wrote back, thank him. For sure. For sure. And microbes are, fascinating, man. When I started venturing down that path myself, man, it was like somebody had basically gave me the schematics of life.
Yeah, I know. It's so fun. It's awesome. Yeah. It's I need to keep smoking because my mind is, I'm excited kind of, and like my mind races up ahead of me. I can't, it's like that. I don't know, he's triggering so much nostalgia having these conversations about, like, I probably should have prepared myself a little bit more, but I think that maybe if I would have prepared myself a little bit more, I would have got so nervous I would said my internet connection died or something and been scared to come on.
I'm glad you didn't prepare. I love the genuineness of these conversations myself, man. I learned a long time ago in the beginning of this, man. I used to like prepare, I'd bone up, watch fucking videos and fucking try to find out shit. And every time, this is no bullshit, every time I did that, the guest didn't show up. And I thought, well, you know what? Fuck this. I ain't doing it no more. And ever since then, it just kind of fucking fell into place. But it's the more general. I like it. You know what I mean? It just kind of free froze, and yeah. And it's the way it should be. That's the way conversations necessarily. You don't go over your buddy's house with an itinerary. This is what I'm going to talk about with you today. You know what I mean? It's just smoke a
Absolutely.
joint and let it go.
Absolutely. It's a big sign of respect on like from my end towards you that I tried to take a quick little nap on the couch and I didn't take a bath or put on a clean. Oh, I was supposed to put on my weed nerd shirt. Damn. I knew I forgot something. It was one of my preparations I should have done. But it's I was pretty comfortable going into it with you, and I'm getting more comfortable as I'm sitting here chatting. So, do you have any outdoor stuff growing right now?
No, I have the stuff that I left with the old house with, and it's being terribly neglected. I'm not gonna lie to you or anybody else. And I've kind of had that. It's funny you kind of were talking about that, leave it alone kind of approach that you've kind of like, because I've kind of seen that with neglecting these girls a little bit, man. They have, just puffed right up the fucking huge without me there fucking with them every day. You know what I mean? But in the same aspect, I don't know. I miss that. 100% miss that. No outdoors. I do have some, but I miss them being under my immediate control. I miss being in the garden. That we kind of touched on something else earlier that I really believe in, and I think it relates to us, and I think it relates to recreational cannabis. You can produce good cannabis, but I believe 100% it is reflecting the place that we're in. So we can grow good flower. We can go in there, but if we go in there and our life's just like, we're just fucking going through the phases. Yeah, you can grow some flower, but it's gonna show in the end product. But if your life's going great and you know what I mean, you're in there and you fucking you're happy when you're in there, man, that flower is fucking amazing. And I
Yep.
think that's what that's the secret ingredient that recreation or large scale is missing is that individual vibe that people take into their room. You know what I mean? That's the secret ingredient.
You're so spot on. That healing that the plant gives you on a chemical level, it also gives you while it's growing for you. So there's another healing process that you can, if you can get yourself to. For me, if I can get myself to a place where I water my plant, I don't like. I know I'm doing right when there's less burned leaves and shit like that, where I didn't let them, get neglected and take care of things like I was supposed to. They reflect where I'm at. Speaking for myself, and like you said, I don't know which comes first, the chicken or the egg kind of thing. I don't know if I get to feeling better when my plants are doing better, or plants get to do better when I start feeling better. I'm not sure what comes first, but fuck, when we're both doing good, things are good. Usually.
I can agree 100%.
It'd be like you might like you'll have a scheduled routine IPM. Myself, I might have my routine IPM thing coming up the following day, and I'll know that I have to do it. But then a family emergency would come up that you must prioritize, and so you don't go in there and do that thing. It may even be just watering after they really they're going to need it the next morning before the lights come on or before the sun comes up. You got to get out there and water your plants because something will come up, and you don't do it, and it kind of puts you behind the eight ball on that. And in life, especially in relationships and stuff, you've been married, you have kids. There's times when the plants aren't getting watered. Something comes up, and or health or whatever it might be. But a lot of that on my end could be prevented if I planned better, And, you know, if I did my little routine things, I used my little routine tools, I'm a healthier human, you know? Yeah, yeah, like painting. Like when I stop painting, when I get depressed and I stopped doing my artwork, man, I stopped doing artwork. I didn't want to fuck with selling it, and I didn't want to fuck with posting up at the boardwalk and dealing with storms and arguing. And I just didn't want to. I just couldn't do all that part of it. It ruined the art. It ruined the therapy part of the art for me when it became when I needed it to survive on. You know what I mean? And then I stopped. And then my eye issues and blah blah blah. Poor pitiful me. Poor pitiful me. I can't. And I quit. Stop painting. Stop growing. Stop giving a fuck. And then now that I'm actually starting to I started going through the motions of painting and going through the motions of fucking that kind of shit. And I started feeling a little better. Trying to help other people who definitely have it worse than me, who definitely have every reason to fucking quit. And when you at least looking at it from the outside in, you know, I'm like, they have every fucking reason to quit. Like, you couldn't save me if I was in their situation. And they're pressing on. They're pressing on to help others. Pressing on. And that kind of inspired me to get back on my surfboard and paddle back out. Huh?
Pretty awesome, brother. Cheers to you. Cheers to you. Thank goodness you didn't decide to go down that road. So when it comes to art, where do you draw it for inspiration from when you go into wanting to put it?
I have inspiration as far as like subjects and things that paint. I have inspiration overload. I just have to like I draw inspiration. I started like doodling and sketching way back in grade school, and I would get in trouble. I'd get in trouble in school, and then they'd tell me stop, stop drawing, stop sketching, pay attention to the teacher. I got 104 on the test. You know, I mean, every doodle, I'm bored the fucking out of my mind. And got to junior high, and like, there was a time I get put into detention for drawing in class when I'm taking notes. Have 100, have an A, and I just didn't understand it, you know. And then like just life. My parents separated and be married and stuff, and life was tricky. And like one of my a psychologist said, "Is there anything you like to do to get your mind off the things that are bothering you?" And he was like making me list things I like to do, and I'm like, I like to draw, or fish, blah blah blah. I like to draw, and he said, I think she said, like, well, when you feel like that, just use your tools, draw, like. So it kind of started like that, and then later, I just kind of liked drawing. It was kind of cool, you know. I just like drawing waves. I'd be dreaming about surfing in school, sitting there in class, waiting to get out of class, go surfing, and I'd be drawing waves and shit. And the waves would suck. I'd be drawing waves, wishing the waves would come, wishing it was good. And then it just escalated. I just learned I like drawing a lot. I learned painting. I just liked art. I love looking at art more than any, like, first and foremost, like old waterfowl art and old hunting art and stuff like that. Like, I grew up seeing it and I loved it. But then I started painting, like, as it further evolved, I started painting like things that were bothering me. I would paint or sketch onto the paper, paint over it. Make it go away. I'd paint something better over it. So I'd paint out a fucking problem and I'd turn it into a different picture. So that evolved also. So now I get to where I'd paint like current events or something on a page and paint over or something like and hide. This is in my journals, my sketchbooks. It's never been, it will never be seen in the light of day, but it evolved also, and that evolved further. Like my fish paintings, for instance. There's the first fish painting in the series. Like, I love fishing. I love I love everything about fishing, and I fished. This a whole nother chapter, but my first fish paintings, like I hid symbols, like little symbols in the picture to in memoriam to certain things, and it became a thing. Like my brother-in-law was Navy SEAL. His name is Jason Workman, and a friend of ours, a good friend, was Kevin Houston, who was also a Navy SEAL. They were both killed in the Extortion 17 helicopter crash. Remember when the 31 Navy SEALs went down on the helicopter, the Extortion 17 crash? They were on that helicopter. So I'd paint 31 images in the first grouper painting. It was and I painted over and I hid them. And so each fish along the lines ever since then has had 31 unique images that match, and I kind of buried them in there, and that's there. In my family, like my stepsister, and in my family, they all know the meaning of all the fish. And I don't, I tell the story to honor them, like to honor those guys. And there's other stuff like that. I've got other stuff like that I've done. That's kind of where my painting is. But like, like the latest paintings, like I'll show. It's not in this room, but the first painting I did to get back on my feet was I did the DDA painting for Tony Boneyard Seeds. You've had him on the show, I believe, right? Yeah. So he's become a very, very dear friend of mine. I communicate with him every day, and he's part of the reason that I started trying to get off my ass, because he's got a lot of challenges, and he
super inspirational story. Anytime's a good time for a weed break, brother. Help yourself.
So, so that was the
been
first
greedingly sitting here smoking the whole time. So anytime you want, take your day off, bro.
You got to talk while I smoke or something, man. Thing turns into a microphone. Remember when when you get together with your buddies and whoever's got the bong in their hands, they seem to start talking instead of pass the bong along, and you tell them like, "That thing ain't a microphone, man. Pass it along." Yeah, that's how I feel like talking.
I was just working with a guy the other day. We had to keep reminding him of that. And that's funny you say that, because that's what we kept telling him that day. That thing's got a fucking microphone, dude.
So back to what I was saying. The first painting I did was it's on my Instagram. You'll see. You can go and look. It's got 22 seeds that look like rocks on the shore, and then some waves and some buds in the background. The 22 seeds are how many years that Anthony's been doing his this kind of about how many years he's been doing his growing. It's kind of quick story. But anyway, and then I've done several since then. I've been painting. I've done a bunch of I've been painting again, and sure enough, I feel better when I'm painting. Like I feel better when I'm stirring my OHN daily like I'm supposed to, and watering my plants like I'm supposed to. And I definitely feel better when there's a harvest at the end of the menial routine that sometimes you have to do to try to get yourself back on track or fight yourself out of holes. At least for myself, I speak for myself, but somewhere I've gone off on a tangent. You got to reel me back in. But Tony got me going to paint, to get painting again, get surfing again. I couldn't get back in the water. I pulled my father-in-law out of the water 7 years ago. He drowned, and I was the first to get to him. I had to pull him out of the water. I couldn't resuscitate him. And
yeah, that's got to be tough, brother.
Yeah, it's like that kind of pain doesn't go away. So you got to find tools to try to cope with that kind of shit. And it kept me out of the water. Couldn't surf, and I couldn't get back in the ocean. And I was in the ocean every waking minute, either fishing or in the ocean. I quit fishing. I couldn't even get back in. And I went down to, I skipped family vacation the last 2 summers because I was so fucked up. I couldn't even go down there and teach my kids surfing. And that was my life. And this year I went, and I paddled out. I fucking about passed out. I paddled out and I came back to shore and I called Tony. I said, I fucking paddled out. You know, it's hard, but it's that kind of shit, man. That's why I'm sitting on here crying like a bitch or baby. But I hope somebody realizes that, you know.
Much
I'm
respect
sorry,
to you
man.
both, man.
But
And again, thank you for telling your story, man. I know this isn't easy for you.
no, it's hopefully it helps somebody else. Hope I can swallow my pride a little bit, and somebody else can maybe just get a little bit of a fucking nudge to fight a little bit, you know.
Right now. Tony says, fucking they love you, man. Is what he says. Makes me happy. I had a lot of respect for Miss Toad in the first place, but hearing the connection with you definitely amplifies that by 100.
Yeah, I've drawn. Oddly, like, without going too far down, like shining any light on anything I really want to give any attention to. It's odd. I've just by being friends with him, it's amazing that the number of amazing stories and stuff, and people that have come to me and said how much he's helped them, and it's astounding. But it's also amazing the heat that I've caught just for being friends with him. Like he's got he gets grumpy, and sometimes he goes off on people, and people think, "What the fuck? What, shout a line? Why the fuck why are you talking like that?" And at first, I kind of thought that several times, like, "What the fuck?" But now looking, like, and knowing him and watching him respond to the same bullshit all the time, and nobody's fucking listening, I definitely wouldn't keep answering questions. I'd be like, "Fuck off, get out of here." You know, he helps people. He truly has a passion for helping others, and just don't understand the part of the community that I do understand it, but I just wish that people would maybe sometimes, before they take offense or get their feelings hurt, because I'm good at getting my feelings hurt, that they would maybe like take a breath and take a pause and see maybe where somebody else is coming from. Like I almost gave up my life because I got one eye. But what I should have been doing the whole fucking time, what I should have been saying is, "Hey man, I still got an eye. I still got one. Look, I've painted all this shit." And like, what? Think about all the stuff that I could have been doing for the last 3 or 4 years if I would have been telling myself, "No, you're not gonna sit there and feel sorry." Tony fucking called me out so many times, feeling sorry for myself. He fucking ripped me a new one a couple times. I was like, "I'm never fucking talking to this guy again." I told Cheddar a couple times, "I'm never fucking talking to him again." Cheddar's just up there giggling. He's like, "Dude, I've known Tony for 4 years. Welcome to the club." Yeah, and then I fucking love him, man. I love him now. I mean, he's probably. I didn't mean to mention that. I have to. He's the person that put me in a position where, I came on his stream, right, and I spent, I guess, like $600 or $700 on a few different seed packs, and I got some bammer ass shit that was hype bammer shit. I'm not going to mention where it came from, but just a waste of money. And when I started asking Tony some questions about what was wrong with my stuff, and getting to know him, and next thing, and ask him if I could, order some seeds from him, and he wouldn't take my money. He sent me a whole box of fucking seeds, whole box of seed packs. Here you go. Help your vet friends, and here you go. And it gave me, all of a sudden, it freed me up to grow all these cultivars and not be like holding my breath and worrying to death whether it's going to come out right or not. Now all of a sudden I got the freedom to literally focus on growing, on learning and researching and doing the work. And I'll forever be in debt for that. You know what I mean? I have fucking a seed stash now. Like, like, you know, it's just, I'll never, I can't, you know, I don't even know how to explain how. That's why sometimes if anybody that's out there listening, and I'm not going to explain why I'm loyal to Tony, to you, in any like, Tony's my friend. That's just the way it is now. If I, you know, I'm sorry if that, like, Eagle, like somebody, like, I'm sorry I have to explain that on the show, Eagle, but I do. I need to explain that.
No worries, man.
Yeah,
Not at all.
yeah. You know, I got yeah. I don't know where we're at. I was getting ready to take a bong hit, and then I microphoned it. It's your turn, Eagle.
Well, take your bong hit, but I'm only going to cover long enough for you to take that rip. This is your story, not mine, my friend. uh, but you know, I'm glad that you are publicly, you know, putting that out there, because since, you know, my interview with Mr. Toad, I have watched him see a lot of fucking bullshit heat uh from the fucking nasty side of the internet. And there's one thing, when people talk about you behind your back, that's because they're behind you. You've left them. You know what I mean? You're running the race of life, and you shouldn't worry about what the runners behind you are doing. You know what I mean? But it's sad that, you know, they publicly have to hate on somebody that's clearly doing good things, and that's, and I say this all the time, man. Usually 100% of the time people hate on shit like that is because that's something that reflects a weakness in their life. You know what I mean? Something that's going wrong, or something that they should be doing. So they've got to try to drag people back down to their level to make themselves feel good, instead of, you know, going out and trying to do the right thing themselves. So, you know, salute to Mr. Toad and everybody else that powers through that shit and fucking keeps doing what they're doing. Man.
Thank you for that, man. That's a breath of fresh air to know where you stand on that issue, and I hope that I hope On cares you. And
no, I was actually kind of discouraged about it, because I, you know, I don't know if he knows this, but I, you know, I've referred back to the conversation, and I was greatly impressed, man. He helped me nail a problem in micro room that, you know what I mean, that a piece I couldn't put together. And then the bullshit chats, communities, bullshit, fucking, I don't know, kind of scared him off into not coming around. And, you know, he is a valuable asset to the community, 100%. And, you know, it is sad to see what spurred out or came after, you know what I mean? So
thank you for that. Man, I cannot tell you how thank you for that. And like, that's my feelings. There's certain people that this community very, very fucking lucky to have around, and those people, I think, should be protected. They shouldn't have to explain themselves when they're having a bad day. They've already fucking earned their stripes. You know what I mean? Like, goddamn, if I have fucking one leg, I'm gonna have some bad fucking days, man. I'm sorry. You know, if you're in pain all the time, if you got a fucking bag hanging out your stomach and hopping around on one leg, taking care of your sick mom and shit, and fending off people on the internet, man. You know what I mean, man? It's not
it's really
cool.
one of those things, you know, don't talk shit about me unless you've walked a mile in my shoes.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's the way I feel about it. It's like, yeah, man. That's,
Much respect to you both, by the way, and everybody else that good powers.
I can't speak to Adam. I hope that, that's much respect. Much respect. Don't code. I call him Unc, and nobody knows why. He don't even know. Like, probably annoys him every time I say it. But like in Polynesian culture, the uncles are the elders. I know you probably know that. Like to call somebody an uncle in Hawaii, like they call all of them, it's a sign of respect. So I always call him Unc, And one of my other friends that I met through this community, he started calling him Sapo. And Sapo apparently means uncle also. So do you know Rotten Skateboards or Lobster Family Farms?
He's in chat right now.
Is he?
Yes, sir.
That's who I want. You need to get him on your, or if that's who I want you to have an interview with. That would be one I would love to see you interview. I'd love to see you interview Travis, because he's he's somebody I met through this community, and you know, he's one of the ones I'm real thankful for. He's I'd love to see you interview him. I'm gonna make him send you some messages, start pestering you for a spot, because he's somebody.
No pestering. I'd like to hear from him.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be super cool. And Chris Guerrero is out there. He needs to come and pester you for a spot and come on to the Weed Nerd World. Tell you about his weed story too.
Right.
Yeah. The Weed Nerd World and the whole weed, the communities, the diversity of it's kind of cool. Kind of like the microbes. Like the living soil, it goes good when the diversity is working together and you don't have like the pathogenic part of it getting all the attention, like you know.
I do know.
And I've had so much fun laughing with Unc on his show. He has a stream he used to do every single night. We'd be on there for hours just fucking around and goofing off because life is hard, and laughing and playing around and goofing off, and then the stream he'd just delete it, and then that way the next day do it again. And that's what actually got me going online, because I knew he was going to delete the stream the next day, so it gave me enough confidence to actually be a little bit more open, you know. And then as time progressed, I became more comfortable, and here I am actually starting to become comfortable speaking with you. You know, so it's kind of awesome.
I'm glad you decided to come on, my friend. 100%. 100%. You have given me a lot of support, you know, through the last few months since you watched the show. And, you know, that shit helps. It really does. You know what I mean? It really does, man. People, I don't know what people think about, you know, doing this, but it's a ride. It really is. And as we just kind of talked about, the haters, you know what I mean? It can be hard to shake off it sometimes, you know what I mean? And I've most certainly had some fucking days where I've checked my DMs and you were sitting there going, man, heads up.
Oh, really?
Brother.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So
That's awesome.
yeah, you have most certainly paid it, you know, some of that forward, you know, and I appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you.
I was just actually saying that before the show.
Seriously?
And yeah, 100%.
I appreciate that. That's thank you.
You know, that's
yeah, I was
right.
watching you. I found you like when I first started trying to search some problems down. Like I ended up, I think, let's see, the Build a Soil website I started watching those Build a Soil early videos. I think that was the point when I went and threw all my back guano and my bud swell and all that stuff in the compost bin, because I thought I was gonna get arsenic. And then and then I found Clackamas Coot in the soil mixes. And then I started going down this, through all these different. There's a lot of shit out there, a lot of different ways you can do things. It's confusing, you know what I mean? Like, and if you don't like, it's confusing. If you allow it to be. And anyway, it just kind of snowballed into me coming into the community and finding Mr. Toad, who, there's only been a couple of the seed vendors that I really, I'm trying to choose my words. Mr. Toad I don't have words for how much he sells. I was wasting money I didn't have to buy seeds to try to fix problems I didn't know how to fix. It was like you know, I don't know. It's hard to hard. She's helped me, but anyway, fuck, damn it, Eagle.
But
Anyway,
good
that's how it led
genetics
me to.
do
I started.
make your life a lot easier when it comes in. Like you were saying, man, seeds are expensive, and bad genetics suck, and reputable breeders are even more hard to find. I respect the ones that are publicly, putting their money where their mouth is, basically. You know what I mean? Then there's very few. A lot of them just want to make the buck. A lot of them don't necessarily show their girls with their genetics, all that. You know what I mean? How they do it, why they do it, all that good shit. And the breeders that do it, which the original one for me was Subcool. You know what I mean? He was the one doing what I'm doing right now, but except he'd be in this garden going, "You can grow these motherfuckers. You see, this is Corkle. These are big donkey dicks. You can grow this too." You know what I mean? So I got, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And he threw a lot of free seeds at people that needed that shit too. And that was another reason I had a lot of respect for him. So I can understand the respect when you say, the gift of seeds and shit like that, how much good genetics and a helping hand, random acts of kindness is how I say it around here, can help out, man.
Not only getting me seeds, but giving me his very best, most prized genetics. Not giving me his, Bammer or leftovers. That's in giving veterans after veteran and veteran and veteran people, like you said, like helping people and inspiring people. Like you going shaking up and saying, "You can grow this." That's awesome. I didn't even know who Subcool was not a year ago. So forgive me. I'm that out of the loop. I literally tried to be on the down low my entire life with regards to cannabis. Like,
no apologies, man.
The more scrolling around, but back to how I made it to your shows. Looking up Clackamas Kevin Jodrey, I think. But the Kevin Jodrey interview was one of the first ones that I watched on your show. All right. But a couple people came up and led me to watching your show. The point is, and I started watching some of your episodes way before I went online also. So I kind of, like I would send you messages. What I think my initial messages, I appreciate. I would see conflict happening on a few of the shows that you were talking about, and I would see the way you responded to it. You seemed to be trying to calmly react to it. And like when I first came online, finally back to what I was trying to say. When I first came online on a couple of shows, like I was new to the whole internet thing, the whole chat thing, the troll thing. And I responded exactly how any troll would want somebody to respond. I started fussing back at the troll and chat, on the camera. And then after the fact, I felt like the biggest fucking idiot for acting like that and responding like that. And then I started realizing like there's people out there that are just out there to troll and to pick at, like, and I don't understand the exact motivation behind it, but it circles back around to my point of respect for the people who are still here, the information that we will never have from people. It's not like people like you. Does that make sense? I'm just shine the light on the good. Feed the good dog kind of thing.
Well, I appreciate you, finding the show, man. I love hearing these stories. And like we said earlier, man, these stories I think are very key to the cannabis history. There's so many, and again, I've seen just as I kind of said earlier, people pick apart people's stories. You know what I mean? Motherfucker, unless you were involved in that story. What you're running on is hearsay. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, man. Exactly.
I'm
So
glad. But you know that I'm glad that again that you kind of highlighted the power of what Tony did for you, because again that is the perfect example of a random act of kindness and how it can change lives right there. That's the perfect example of just a gift of you didn't even see it coming. Didn't even see it coming. Something you fucking needed, and when it comes like that, it about fucking knocks you over.
It
You know,
does.
like it's almost like a wrecking ball. It hits so hard, and I've been there. I 100% have been there.
Yeah.
That's why I'm such an advocate for it. You know what I mean? But that's awesome. And I do understand the weight
It's
of
like
what you're saying.
it's like a root system too, because without him without him doing that, there's so many levels of it as well. I may not have ever made it off the fucking, I may not have ever put another seed in the ground. I might have go picked the cypress tree and hung myself in the swamp and said, fuck it. And then I may not have been able to take the plants to my neighbors to fucking, or to my friends or other people like I have a list of like I have a list of 8 people right now in the last 4 months that I've been able to give medicine to and give plants to that I've popped from seeds, because I just picked the ones I want and took them plants, and they're just so fucking ecstatic, and they're calling me and talking to me about their plant. And then that way, in essence, they're having to check in with me to talk about their plant. And then I can call them and say, "Hey, how's your plant doing?" And I can check in on them without having to make them feel like I'm checking in on them. And just kind of like it's a snowball effect. And Tony is helping all these strangers on a complete other side of the country. Meanwhile, sticking around, fending off fucking trolls, having to explain stupid shit 3 million times. He can hand somebody a fucking book and they will still ask him a question that's written on page 1 and he'll answer the question. Like people, a lot of times, myself included, when you get a fucking instruction pack to build something, do you read the instructions or do you just start putting it together? I mean, like a lot of times we don't read the instructions. They're right there in front of us. And if we would just take the time to do a little bit of work right there in the beginning, save a lot of headaches. But Tony has precipitated a lot of acts of kindness on this side of the country. He's also linked a lot of people together. Like I'm not certain that Lobster Family Farms, Corey Kai up in like Cooney, Cheddar Bob, Chris Guerrero. I don't know that I know these guys. Tony's the common link, and it's like, yeah, I'm really, really, really relieved to hear you say what I'm appreciative of it. I was kind of, yeah, I'm appreciative of you. Thank you.
No reason, no need for that, my friend. No need for that. So, how do you? Let's talk a little cannabis, my friend.
Let's talk some cannabis. Let's talk about all the plants that I should have already cut down and the ones that I don't know how long to wait on. Like, now I don't I gotta wonder which ones like I have more than I can consume personally, and I don't sell it. So like I'll be giving it to my neighbors and making pico stuff. Like, yeah, I can't wait. I
You make
thought my
any
dad
sort of
tonight,
hash?
like tonight at the baseball, at my daughter's softball game, I literally walked up to my dad and like it's always like I walked up and said, "You need to come see my plants." He goes, "I can't wait." And we never really talk about cannabis. Like all of our life, it's been a bone of contention, but he definitely has partaken, and like there's been time. And again, I don't tell his business either, but he's definitely like when I talk about me having to keep it on the DL, like it was even worse for him. It was 30 years ahead of that, like where everything in his whole life he got caught smoking was just out the window because you're not changing the old mindsets and stuff like that. And I used to resent him for hiding it like that. But in hindsight, though, I feel so guilty for even ever questioning it, the fact that he kept it private at that time and for those reasons, you know what I mean? But now I can't wait for him to come over here and finally see my plants and hang out and talk about cannabis. It's not a big deal, and it's just really refreshing not having to hide that shit from people like that. You know what I mean? You don't. It's impossible for me. Like it's just.
Oh yes, I do. Oh yes, I do. It's funny because I have nieces and nephews and da 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 that I've kind of like, look at this, and they went, you know what I mean? There's a little show Uncle does. Yeah, you might want to check out. I don't know. You know what I mean? That have been completely just like. Yeah, and I love, oh man, that aha moment was just, yeah, it
Hilarious. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I'm finally to the point now where I just don't want to fucking lie about it. I understand lying, keeping this secret to avoid incarceration is one thing, but lying to my family and my nieces and nephews and stuff about cannabis and then having a chance of them not trusting me about serious things, that's not a risk I can take. I would rather be open with that kind of thing about with my family at this point and take and suffer the consequences so that they know that you know what I mean? Like fuck. It's hard. It's difficult. And then, with alcohol and everything else being so fucking commonly acceptable, that's fine if you want to drink and all that's fine. But I promise you, you knew me while I was drinking versus me while I'm smoking. Like it's not the same human. I don't drink anymore. I haven't drank in 9 years. So I have not sipped. Like I quit drinking. But it's some people can drink in moderation. Some people have a problem. Myself included. Could drink a fifth of fucking Beam. I could put fifth of Beam in the freezer, and I could drink a fifth of Beam and go out and start drinking beer. It's a different person than me. Smoking cannabis. I'm preaching to the choir here. I kind of do. I wish that you could openly smoke cannabis at parties and stuff like that, but you can openly, pretty much everything else.
it's coming for sure.
Yeah. I've never been to a cannabis event yet either. There's cannabis events locally now, and I can't. Like, I'm going to go to a cannabis event soon. I can't. I almost went to a local one a couple times this summer.
Yeah, I love the fucking cannabis events and the
It
fact
looks so fun.
the like a combination of the two things we've talked about in the last few minutes with like coming out to like family members and events. So this was like 2 years ago now, maybe 3. I had one of my nephews that he was not like 23, and I just like, I don't know what it was. I was like, man, you know what? I've got the extra ticket to an event. You want to go with me?
Uh-huh.
And he's like, sure, that'd be cool. And I'm like, well, on the way there, I'm like, well, got a few things to tell you before we get there. Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So I, tell him about growing and some selling seeds and, doing the show. And the whole time, like that Step Brothers where they like, did we just become best friends right now? That as we're walking through the cup, that's kind of like that plus like walking through the whole event was like, what's going on right now? What the fuck is going on right now? And and yeah, by far one of my favorite events. And like, yeah, so
That's awesome.
uh,
That's so funny. Like that. It reminded me. I was at a family function a couple months ago. One of my nephews, he's not even 21 yet. He's in high school, and and as we're leaving the party, his mom, my sister, his mom, he said something about I don't know what was said and going, but my nephew's a cool kid, and he's awesome. He doesn't laugh like openly out loud very much, and as I'm leaving the door, she said, my sister said, "Oh yeah, Mason's birthday is next, or his birthday is next, such and such." And I said, "Oh, cool." And I looked at him. I said, "Uncle Jeff will get you a jar of dank for your birthday." He fucking busted out laughing, kind of like you were saying just then, and looked at me like it was so funny, man. That and but I'm just picturing like taking my nephews and my son and stuff to the cannabis events with me, and how fun that would be, and how much I would rather them partake in cannabis rather than get into all the other, the other avenues, I guess, so to speak. I may have a preconceived or just a just alcohol in my family's not, it runs. It's not a good thing. You know what I mean? And cannabis. I'm jealous that you got to take your nephew to the cannabis event. You're his hero now for sure. Eh?
oh, your times are coming, my friend. Your times are coming.
Yeah, man. So, is it 21 and up for the cannabis events?
For
Or 18?
recreational, yeah, you can get medical down to 18 if with the medical card. But yeah, 18 and up.
So
Cut out there for a sec.
sorry,
No worries.
packing my bong.
Right. Please do. This is a cannabis show.
I hope everybody smokes.
Yeah, this has been a fun episode. Thank you for volunteering your time and amazing story. Sure. I love to see the bright-eyed, bushy-tailedness in growers too. That in itself is invigorating.
I love to see people's faces when you bring them over to your side yard this time of year, and they can smell it from like half a block away. Like, so, you want me to take you out and show you some of my plants?
If you'd like. Sure would like to see.
Need coffee, so I'm finally waking up a little bit. I tell you, I almost overslept.
You did.
Cheddar Bob's fucking fired. He was supposed to call me at 10:30 and wake me up. I told my wife to wake me up at 10:15 so I'd have a good hour to make coffee, you know, and get ready and wake up. And yeah, sure enough, I I went, I was sound asleep and woke up at like 11:05 or something around there. I was kind of panicking. Shit, let me call you.
No, I usually need that wake up time too.
You take a power nap between work and doing your show, or do you?
Sometimes the day dictates that. I'm not afraid to take a quick 20-minute fucking cat nap or whatever.
That that they're the cat naps are perfect for me. It's this one didn't want
Why?
to say.
Wi-Fi. At one point, man, I was actually doing like a sleep deprivation thing where I was 4 hours easy a day, and then power naps, or I'd actually like take that power nap and listen to like binaural beats that would like put you in like a super deep sleep. I still to this day swear by the binaural beats in a lot of ways, but that deep sleep, man, that you'd honestly wake up like you just slept 4 hours, just full of energy. You totally shut your mind down. It's good
That's it.
shit.
Do you? I I probably get, if I'm lucky, I get 4 hours of sleep a night. I'm usually up around like when your show's usually on when I get up in the morning. Like I get up, start taking care of my chickens, and start doing my gardening, and then I wish I could sleep better. And like that's another thing. The last several months, I've actually had some nights where I've laid down and actually slept through the night. Like and now I'll get like 8 hours of sleep. Whoa, that's unusual. It's good, but like I've always been kind of an insomniac almost. You know what I mean? I don't like 4 or 5 hours of sleep is almost it's almost like a good night of sleep. But sneaking cat naps in between, like I like naps. I like taking a cat nap in the afternoon, laying down for 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
Cat
Yeah.
nap, weed nap, call them what you want.
Three nap, exactly what it is. The side effect of the catnip. Yeah. That's funny as heck.
Probably knows. Sometimes you just got to give in. Charge. You know, it's funny about like cannabis and the no naysayers. I heard you talking about like the elderly earlier and passing out some meds and then, you know, them utilizing that instead of the pharmaceutical bullshit. I love hearing those stories.
I, I,
100%.
I do. I got a funny one for you. Um, the no names mention a family friend recently. This is less than 3 months ago. Who's anti-cannabis, and so are her parents. My wife doesn't smoke. First of all, my wife doesn't smoke. She's on the fence. I know that's another story. But a friend of the family doesn't smoke, and they're also on the anti-cannabis train. But their parents, dad got COVID. He's an elderly man. It was miserable, miserable. Couldn't get no relief. Couldn't get up. It was just miserable. And I made a joke. I said, "You should give him one of my gummy bears." I was joking around, you know. They're like, "Yeah, right." I said, "They're so mild that I don't even." These were some edibles before when I was still anti-edible. I said, "I can eat the whole pack. They don't even do anything to me." I said, "Why don't you just let him try one of the gummy bears and see if it helps?" And like, "Yeah, right." And then, well, so sure enough, I get a call like an hour later, like, "She wants to try the gummy bears." I said, "You're kidding." Yeah, she said she wants to try. I said, "Okay, okay." So I got 5 of the gummy bears out of this pack, right? Sure enough, she comes by and picks them up. Off they go with the gummy bear. give one gummy. I told him, give one gummy bear to the dad and see how it makes him feel, right? It's miserable as fuck, couldn't sleep, just miserable, right? Eats the gummy bear, gets hungry, eats a meal, goes to sleep, and now he's not worrying the wife. He's like, all of a sudden she's relaxed, right? She'd been bitching, like, he's driving me crazy, blah, 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 blah. He wants it. So now he's out. He's eaten for the first time in a few days, and he's asleep. And so the lady, his wife, she's the anti-gummy bear person, right? She's got 4 gummy bears left, okay? She decides she's going to try a gummy bear. It helped him so much. So she cuts one in half. He eats one gummy bear. Within an hour, he's called the fucking 911, thinking she's having a heart attack, freaking out. Nothing's wrong with her, by the way. It just changed her. Like, there's nothing. She's just having a typical, like, I don't smoke weed reaction. Like, you know, and my friends had to go down there and calm his mom down, takes the gummy bears back, brings them back to me. And then the next day, the dad's like, where the fuck are those gummy bears? Like, they affect people differently, completely differently, you know? He gets back to me. They get back to me, and my wife, you know, she's like shaking her head. She's like, at first they were stoked because the gummy bear worked. 12 hours later, I'm the fucking those goddamn gummy bears, you know, because she shouldn't have eaten the gummy bear in the first place. You know, but if that was gonna happen, but I could eat that. The same ones that we're talking about, like it was a package from the dispensary. They're supposedly 325 milligrams each, whatever the fuck that means. I could eat the whole damn bag. And that's why I just have a headache. It doesn't even need, doesn't do anything really. It doesn't even, it's just shit. And I had told the same thing to Tony. I was like, the edibles don't work. And in the meantime, Cooney sent me these cookies that he made, these Amish cookies, whatever the fuck he made them. And they were perfect for my eye. And I told Tony how well the cookies worked for my eye. They were actually asking me why I didn't have my eye patch on all of a sudden. I'm like, I don't have to wear it. The cookies, I don't, it's not bothering me. It's crazy. And then, so Tony made, got me some Fico, some chocolates with some Fico in them. Oh my God. They're just like dream chocolates. And now I'm right back on absolutely all about edibles. But the point is that I need to make my own edibles. You know, I need to do it right. I need to quit buying the dispensary booth or like, yeah.
Well, I guess my question on that is, so are you saying that you feel like a euphoria or like a high from it now, or you just feel an overall medicine from it? You know what I mean? You can see and feel the effect as a medicine overall. You know what I mean? It's relieving the pain, the eye, but not necessarily you're getting, fucked up.
I had a challenge. We had a little challenge with the chocolates with a buddy of mine, Chris Guerrero. He has a show that I go on all the time. He says I'm his co-host and stuff. He's my friend, and we have a lot of fun. He's become a very good friend of mine. And I go on his show all the time. He's on the FCP channel. And we had a chocolate eat off. With Tony, we were gonna have a chocolate eat off. He's got the same chocolates that I have. We're gonna do, on one of Tony's nights, just fucking around. I did talk to Chris to do the chocolate. We see how it goes. Chris ate one chocolate. He's a big fella, 6'13" or something like that, like 6,000 pounds. He's a big guy. He ate one chocolate. And he was so fucking faded, Eagle. Like, we were joking shit out. He couldn't even talk. He was faded. He was so fucked up, like faded. He won't even eat them anymore, right? And that same night, I think I ate 3 that night. And by the time after 3 of them, I was fucking faded. I had like Christmas lights wrapped around my head, and I had my pot head on top of my head, goofing around and being silly, having a good ass time, that kind of faded. But as far as to answer your question, whether I feel the high from them or the medicinal effect, initially it's just the medicinal effect. I do feel a little bit of I don't feel high, like, it's hard to explain. The medicinal effect is absolutely the the first priority, but it's also hard to be in a good mood and have a good time when you're in pain. You know what I mean? It makes it more difficult.
Good
So
point.
it's, again, chicken or the egg kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good point. Good point. So that really brings me back to another can of theory I have a few these days. But when it comes to edibles, and then like the story you're referring to there, and I guess in both cases, yours and your friends, I think edibles. When people tell me like, see, they take an edible and they're like, I didn't feel that shit. I'm like, how you feeling? You know what I mean? In general, you know what I mean? Because I think your body, as it
Yeah.
processes it, it's either going, no, we're using this for an anti-inflammatory. This is going fucking to your knee. You're not getting high off this today, Chief. You know what I mean? Take enough of it, as you kind of pointed out. Yeah, maybe after the pain's taken care of, we'll send some. We'll make it to the Delta 11. You fucking knock yourself out. Have fun with it. You know what I mean? But
Oh, yeah.
until then, we're taking care of other stuff. So then that's kind of when people tell me, oh no, these things aren't working for me. I'm like, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, you might want to see a doctor.
That's funny. You're right. And it also makes me wonder, like, not only metabolism could affect it, but like what's in it, of course, like what the meds are made from. Was it, there's like we were talking about earlier about making the fika from the different uh from the same cultivar harvested earlier or later, that kind of thing. Those are the kind of experiments that I've really just got to do on my own to know what works for me, I think. And I gotta take a leak, Eagle. You gotta give me a second. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
You're good. Roll,
I got
bro.
it. I gotta be
I
here.
got
I got it.
I got you. I got you. Cheers, everybody in chat. Miss Motherfucking Green Fingers, Hillbilly Herb, 42420, Stony Creek, Brent Anderson. Who else we got in the show at chat? Of course, one of the guys we've been talking about all night, Mr. Toad. Cheers to you. Smiley's Gardens, Martial Arts 2012. We got much love for Smiley, right? Brett Anderson, Rusty Nails, 710 Common Sewer, who I believe yesterday was his birthday. Hopefully you had a fucking awesome day. Lots of gifts. Good day with friends and family. Overall, great day for you, my friend. Jeff Apala, how you doing, my friend? Ted Westport, much respect to you. Aldridge 25. What are you guys smoking on while you're enjoying this? Hopefully you're enjoying this amazing episode as much as I am. Fazoli, how you doing? Jeff Bab. Oh, that's a new one. Cheers. He says you're fired. What's that? What's that about, Jeff? Come on. Cheers to that. So what are you guys smoking tonight? As I already asked, I don't see any answers, but of course there is a little bit of feedback between us and you. Just big cheers to you. How you doing? Decoy Bacon. This has been an awesome show. Amazing story. Can imagine, having to go through fucking eye treatments, having that radiation in your eye like that. Fuck. What a trooper. What's up, DK? Cheers to you. Kim 91. That's good shit right there. Hash. Fuck yeah, you know I love that shit.
I'm back. I'm sorry, man. I sat here with. Holy shit.
No worries, man.
Wondering why I was so freezing in here that I forgot I turned the air conditioner down to 60 to get this room temperature right. So, because I'm getting ready to clip my plants to hang them up. So I'm freezing my ass off.
60, holy shit. Air, just the thought of an air conditioner, holy shit, man. It's fucking chilly here. Chilly here.
I know you're probably colder than 60. It's
Oh man, tonight I believe will be 40, maybe tapping into the 39s. I know tomorrow night, the low for tomorrow night is 31.
damn, damn.
I know it is coming fast.
I can't wait to see. Last year I had I was doing some of my experimental home experimenting with what I call the my blue dream cut. I had it in lots of different little size planters in different feeding regimens outside. And this one little cut that I left in a big 55-gallon drum with a glass piece over top of it, I left outside to see how long it would live. And it ended up living all the way through the winter into February and made this one little cola. And it was purple. The whole plant was purple. It was outside all winter.
Huh.
And it's the most interesting. It was super interesting. But this year I've got some others. I'm doing the same kind of experimenting with some of the cultivars that I ran this summer. I'm going to leave cuts of them out and see how far into the season they'll go. Because around here, you never know if October and November are going to be warm. We may not even get frost until December. You know what I mean? Or we may get frost mid-October. So it could vary. And so I'm just going to experiment. I've got a couple of new little planters that are going to go outside and see how.
It sounds like the perfect finish geographic location. If you can let it go that long.
It can be, but the problem or the challenges that I've run into is the humidity right now. Like the humidity is usually up in like 80, 85 for a couple of months, like right now. And it's like 70 degrees. So it's a perfect temperature for all the, everything, it's like powder mildew heaven if you have.
Yeah, that is a little tough for the environment there for sure, but sure would be nice to take things that long though.
Yes, it would. Like, yeah, I'm hoping that the Jadam and the KNF stuff, I'm hoping that when I get better at it, that the PM and all that kind of thing is a non-issue. And everything I'm reading, I'm I'm looking forward to continuing to do that stuff. This year's definitely been my best year ever as far as powder mildew and all the pests and all that stuff. Like it's my best year ever, and my plants are way bigger than I've ever had. I mean, no question about it. I've lost some stuff to caterpillars, where the caterpillars would come and cut the buds off the stalks and stuff. But there's still so much left that they didn't affect. But it should still be.
We talked a little bit about, you were saying the sun as far as the key factors for the amazingness of outdoors there. I think it's, that has a lot to do with it, yay. But I think it's so much more than that. And like for one, I think it's the amount of time, as we're talking about, as I just kind of said, man, it'd be nice to let them outdoor cold that long. And that's the one thing key. When you got plants outdoors, you're grateful for every day you can let it go. You're like, yeah, let it go, let it go, let it go. Indoor, too many people of us are trying to overthink it, be the master taste a day. You know what I mean? You go on today, but that same thing we're outdoor, you'd be like, man, I could, another week if I can get it. You know what I mean? So I think that has a lot to do with it. And tying back a little bit into your KNF, a little bit, I think little thing is like microbes and shit like that. Those kinds of pressures on the plant and make it work, and stressors like that, environmental stressors in general, are what have pushed strains to what they are. And that could be even as much as like little bullshit in your indoor garden, letting them flop a little bit instead of making sure they're completely supported. I think that little keys of that natural stress is what makes outdoor, not just that sunlight everybody kind of goes to first.
Yeah, you're. I'll talk the like if you go outside, I hear a lot now lately, like newer growers, they're talking about the DLI and all that, and par value, and trying to. Well, I know like they're measuring their DLI and their CO2 and all that stuff. And I bought a par meter because I thought so I could start measuring my DLI and all that in my tent and everything and start trying to figure it out. And there's probably a lot to it on the commercial side and stuff. There's a lot. There's probably a lot to that and trying to understand that. But if I take my par meter, for instance, but first of all, does the par meter even work right? Is it a good par meter, bad meter? There's that fluctuation. But if I take my par meter inside my tents inside and I move it up and down under my light, it changes, right? With just 1 foot or two, like even 3, 4. And it changes drastically. Spectrum, intensity, everything. Well, if I take that par meter outside, I can hold it anywhere, right? It doesn't change around. Like I can hold it up high, close to the sun, or I can hold it down low, like on the concrete, and the par meter doesn't change. It stays the fucking same. The spectrum stays the same, unless I go into the shade or some shit like that. And so, how do you compete with that inside? Like, you know what I mean? And so I was getting into a mistake of lowering my lights down low on top of my plants and everything like that. And now I'm realizing for sure that my plants are better off if I leave my lights up high and let the plants grow towards the light. The plants can figure it out rather than drive them too hard and then having to chase nutrients and catch problems and stuff like that. So that's one learning curve inside where now like I hang my lights up and let the plant kind of grow towards the light. I'm still really, really like indoors. Like I learn like I'm always learning. We were all, but that's one thing with these new LEDs. Now that I've switched over from HBSs and stuff like that, and everything else, like even growing under the T5s and that thing, because while you're experimenting along the way or growing like seedlings out under little Walmart strip lights and stuff and watching the difference in how the leaf morphology develops, like that's where I'm at now with keeping the LED lights up high and letting my plants grow into it and not getting behind on it. But the leaf morphology, to try to keep my a train of thought, I'm like a squirrel, but the leaf morphology, no matter what I do inside intensity wise or anything, same exact cultivar, and this parallels across many cultivars. It changes as soon as it's growing in the sun, even for a couple of weeks. As soon as you set it outside, it can be the exact same soil, exact same pot size, exact same watering schedule, and you can even move that plant back into the house to keep the light hours the exact same. The leaf morphology changes. I haven't seen one instance where it doesn't, if that makes any sense. Sun grown.
Yeah, dude. Don't get me wrong. The sun definitely has amazing powers. Don't get me wrong. Spectrum of the sun is. I, you can put a sick plant outdoors and bring it back in perfectly healthy and what you remember. There's night and day outdoors, but as far as like if you like DLI and stuff like that, I think there's some merit to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Trying to
yeah. There's a lot of merit to it, but can't I get caught up in trying to figure all that out, and I'm better off focusing on my soil biology is my point, like in my plant. That was my like that. I didn't mean to.
respect that. No,
Yeah, I
no,
didn't
I
mean to
get.
knock that. I just there's definitely something to it. There is for
Well,
sure.
yeah, and again, I'm not counterpointing it either. Really, I'm more intrigued with it.
Yeah,
I think that we are kind of overdoing it, but I'm right there. Okay. Let me back up here. I agree with you on hanging the light up a little bit higher and letting the plant grow up and acclimating to the light. That's the way I see it. By the time it gets up there, it'll acclimate to the light. It's a very diverse plant. So, but with that being said, uh, I think lighting has come far enough now to where we are definitely pushing too many hours of light, actually wasting electricity. Um, Before I ever even considered the whole daily light integral thing, I did time elapse grows. Okay. And what I noticed by the time elapse grow was the plant wasn't utilizing the whole time the light was on. You could literally see at a point every day the plant would go from to And then to me, in my mind, that's time, you know, that's when the lights should go out. Plant just told me that's the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the natural way to find whatever way your environment, you know what I mean? You want to shave the light and you throw out the power meter and shit, put a fucking time lapse camera in your fucking thing, and your plant will tell you when you should shut off your light. Flat out.
That's an awesome tip. That is awesome. Awesome tip. I only time lapsed one. I only time lapsed one grow, and it was just I was just time lapsing seedlings coming up for just about 3 weeks, and watching the way they wiggle back and forth and come up out. It was awesome. But I've never thought to time lapse and watch the leaves exactly when they go to sleep, like you're talking about. But it's you saying that, and then I think about like your outdoor plants. You watch them; they know it's getting ready. They start going to sleep, like you say. It's like it's
Well, I had a guy on called, his name was not called, his name is Joe Petri. And
so
he is known as the king of Nepal, a hash guy. But through his, what he's trying to pass on is light schedule, the natural light schedule, or what he calls a 12 and 1. So the 12 and 1 is uh, he's saying we're wasting too much light. Same thing I'm kind of saying. He's basically saying all you need in veg is 12 hours on, 5.5 off, 1 on, 5.5 off. So you're only really running like 13 hours and in veg, and dialing it back all the way in flower. He's trying to say 6 to 8 hours. Now, see, I've ran the light schedule in veg and loved it. And I started running it. I dialed it back to 9 hours in my flower schedule and was loving that as well. Lots of reasons for that. You're not combating heat, a fraction of the time now. You know what I mean? So there's
yeah,
a savings of light, turning the lights off. And I seen a lot of bonus with running, the lights off for that, giving them the break. So that's a kind of helped me back to the daily light integral thing there. But again, I actually like it. I think we're running the lights way too long. We could be saving ourselves. Well, on the outdoor thing, his argument on the flower side of the argument was he's like, look at anything flowering you can go grab a flower packet, anything, and it says full sun. What's it say if it's full sun? 6 to 8 hours. You don't never see this fucking plant has to have 12 hours of full sun, or you know what I mean?
yeah.
Nothing.
The fall the solstice the solstice was just last week. Like my plants were seeing more than 12 hours of daylight until last week, and they're already way in flowering. You know, they're outside, the outside ones. You know what I mean? Like you say, like, they know.
Do you think that on that schedule you were talking about, if you just dropped that 1 hour on, that they would flip into flower simply from knocking that 1 hour on, or have you tried that before?
What the 12 on and 12 and 1 basically, yeah. No, I've not seen anything flower. I have seen an earlier sexing time, but nothing going into flower from that light schedule. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Just a little bit quicker sexing. And I'd say that's on the plus side of things. But yeah. It's one of those things too, man. It was worth for me trying it. So when I set back up again, redo my room, that's for sure. I'll be running I'm gonna definitely try the 8 hour. I don't know about the 6, but I will definitely try running the 8 flow.
Oh, that's worth that, you know. I've had a lot of a lot of issues, not a lot of issues, but some of my challenges have been because I've had the LED lights in my tents up high, and the plants are actually needing more. Yeah, it's just a big learning curve on the LEDs. They're definitely different than the HPSs and stuff like that.
Sure. So, is there any tricks in flower that you like to throw at them? Everybody's got a little something that they like to think is their secret weapon. a little touch.
I think that a great thing for people to do is to have a couple of little container plants, like even if they're small plants, just do like light dep them by just bringing them inside the house a couple hours before the end of the day and make them flip early early on in the season. And then once they get going, you can just leave them out. Or even in the beginning of the year, like I like to put them out here like every single warm day we start getting in February and March. I like to start setting the new little containers outside in the sun, and then as soon as it's warm enough to leave them out all day, they'll start flowering, and you can have a harvest before like at the beginning of summer. They'll be done. Even once it goes into typical veg time in the summer, if they're far enough along in flower and you watch them, don't let them re-veg, you can get a nice harvest outside before the pests and stuff get real bad. So that's one thing I like doing. I don't know if it's not a secret, but
Oh, that's pretty cool though. That's a good way to get yourself some early flower there for sure. A little sample of what you will have.
And just people that might need a little, grow little flowers in little containers, and in the windowsill, just give you a little inspiration every day to try to keep rocking and rolling.
I'd rather see you do that than grow an auto.
Oh, I have all kinds of auto jokes. I swear, man. I wanted to get a piece of cellophane and put it over my camera and pretend like I was the major. I know he doesn't know me, but I love hearing his auto jokes. It fucking cracks me up in the morning. And like, I'm not hating on autos either, but I've never had any success with them. I've actually had very, very like comical results with autos all along, and I'd sworn them off. And Tony again, he said, "Hey man, autos aren't." He sent me some autos to grow this year with my other plants, but my chickens got them. So autos are not chicken proof. So I'm with the major on autos for now, just for the fun side of things. I had lots of friends that grow them, and I think it's hilarious.
He texts me every one of those tips. So I have like a journal of all the all the majors reasons not to grow
I
autos.
had some to run by him. I don't know if you gave him any of the ones I sent. Just goofing off, of course, not hurting anybody's feelings because I know there's some fire ass auto flowers, and to be able to throw a plant like I've got some Mephisto seeds and that somebody sent me. Tony sent me some Mephisto seeds to do, and another friend of mine in Carolina sent me a pack of Mephistos. And the fact that these two OGs both sent me a pack of Mephisto auto seeds that are feminized, I'm definitely going to grow them out because there's something there to at least look into. And I would love to grow some autos and give them a run, but right now it's all fun and games until I get them to work.
Right on. Well, that's kind of one of the things that we talked about earlier. That's one of the bummer things. It's just the beauty of cannabis or a photo is that if you can redo it and keep going and going and going and going. I just maybe it's the cheap fucker in me that can't see, I want to buy it every time. No. You know what I mean? And then the medicine side of things, not knowing that's the same one that I loved last time. You know what I mean? Right. It's too inconsistent.
That's right. Like something just a total squirrel moment here. And when you mentioned that, when you talking about the autos here, like in growing something and like seed packs, a lot of seed packs the seeds are different, even if they come from one plant. As you know, they're different. But you asked me earlier what my earliest strains I grew, and I completely forgot to mention the seed pack. The first seed pack I got was Deep Chunk, Tom Hill Deep Chunk. I don't know if you've heard of that one. But out of the seed pack, the Deep Chunks, I don't know if anybody about it, but Tony had told me that Deep Chunk was known because it was pretty consistent out of the seed pack. Like when you would grow it, they would come out fairly consistent. Like it's an inbred line, I guess. Is that what that means? Do you know?
It just sounds more like this. I don't think it's inbred.
All right. But the autos, though, I don't know if there's auto breeders out there that have got it dialed in where, you get a pack of auto seeds and they all come out the same from a medicinal point of view. And that right there in itself, to me, is like you said, I'd rather be able to, if I find good medicine, I want to be able to clone it and hang on to it. But if you have no medicine and you're in a position where you don't know how to grow, maybe an auto might work. I don't. Have you ever grown an auto that you liked, Eagle?
Never.
Okay. I'm in the same club.
It was even worse. I had grown some shitty autos and they wasn't even worth mentioning. And then in what was it, 17, the Detroit Cup, I was gifted some autos. Well, they've come a long way. Why not? Why not give her a roll? So I threw some down, and I was doing one of the other shows. Shout out the Michigan Rose Grow Show. I was doing that at the time, and Skillbo says he threw some down too, and he says, "Your show sex yet?" And I was like, "What?" One of those things. What a dirty fucking joke. You know what I mean? That's a thing. That's a thing. They're made. You can get. He's like, yeah. And sure shit, man. Like 3 out of 5 turned out to be fucking males and shit. I'm like, I was like, I gave no shits after that. I just totally neglected the other two that were there. I think. Hey, like 6 inches into it, I think I just ended up fucking turning the light off. I was like, fuck this shit. Just fuck it. It ain't even worth the power. Because I had set up a whole little 2x4 area for these autos and shit. At that point, it's like, yeah, project over.
Funny as shit. Oh man, that's fun. The only auto that I even have close to come actually make it to finishing flowering pollinated the rest of my room. Exactly like you said, it was the ruderalis, like, and it pollinated the rest of the shit, and it was only like that tall. I guess that's what did it. I don't. I haven't
Oh,
given up altogether, but
now I have had something backdoor my ass just like that. And that wasn't not too long ago. And that was just like fucking being silly in the grow room, I guess. Fucking so I had some seeds over the last year through the DOA project there. And so I'd be sitting there fucking rolling a joint, get that random seed just for shits and giggles. I'd fucking just fling them seeds. Some pots. And I never even really thought about it. You know what I mean? I just figured if they came up, then whatever. But I figured always that I would catch them, right? And so it wasn't too long ago. I'm taking down a plant and I actually thought it was like one of like a branch that was just kind of because it was so close to the stem. You know what I mean? It actually just looked like a branch coming off it. You know what I mean? But it wasn't. It was a little seedling that had been there, and it turned out to be a male. So he just not even that big, just enough to just get big enough to fucking throw pollen. I'm like, oh, what a dirty trick that is. And I did it to myself.
funny. I did this song. I did that this year with the, the Guerrero blaster. There was I had them off to the side. I had four of them, and I forgot that I just wasn't paying attention to them. They're in little containers. The Guerrero blaster is a strain from Mr. Toad. He released for a fun competition this summer, right? And anyway, I wasn't paying attention to it. And the Guerrero blaster male pollinated the other Guerrero blasters. I wasn't paying attention to it. So there's one hanging right now that's full of. I have the first F1 in the competition. But it doesn't take him. It doesn't take long to stop paying attention to him for him to do that for sure. Fucking. That's like that neighbor, that friend of yours that you said you found that big male. There's no telling how many neighboring people get pollinated by it, you know?
Oh yeah, that could be miles and miles and miles.
Did you keep any of the seeds from your pollination?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Luckily, because I knew what the mail was, I kept everything.
What was the what did you have you grown them out and
No, I haven't had the time yet. I've have it. Well, everything's the Colombian. The
Colombia? Okay.
Colombian mail, yeah. So I have a times 6 shooter. I have Colombian F2s. I have a bunch of just it hit everything. It hit everything.
What's your
And
favorite? What's
that's
your
another
favorite?
thing that I learned through Toad too was like that just how easily it was to fuck up a man. What actually triggered because I was storing the mails at that time, keeping them under 24-hour light, and I had a light interruption in light schedule, and it was just enough to kind of trip the mail into one of them into flower. And so yeah, I had seeds coming before I even knew I had fucking seeds coming.
It's crazy how fast like a male, like you say, can flip. Like it doesn't take long. Like some of them know that their job is, I guess, to hit those early pistils and pollinate their brother early. I guess. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm looking. Well, I guess I have popped some, I guess, because I have popped the Colombian F2s, which were pretty sweet, and I have popped the DOAs, which I haven't seen in about a week. But some of the other more random ones, the 6 shooter and the milkman, all those, I definitely do plan on crossing or popping just to see. I'm inquisitive like that, but man, the seed collection I have, I it's hard to decide what. So many things are up next. You know what I mean? Kazoo, I just got this thing from Kazoo in the fucking mail yesterday, and then fucking yeah, bunch of cool shit in here. All seeds, you know.
Holy shit.
And a handful like that.
Wow, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
See, a very short time ago, I only had a few packs of seeds, and like you, I can see that smile on your face with that handful of seeds right there. It's empowering, isn't it?
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm 100% a collector.
I I have instant, yeah. That's
Or
awesome.
I don't even think that's even the proper word. I think more order.
Well, I've been that way with vegetable seeds all along, but I never had the wherewithal to start. You know, like it's like right now I have some. You know, I have a little Tupperware box full of boneyard seeds, which to me is like a shitload compared to how many I've ever had. You know, it's in a big huge Tupperware tote full of vegetable seeds, like hordes of vegetable seeds, and
Even I'm even worse with like my friends that breed. You know,
I,
I've got like I've got a lot of breeder friends, but even as of late, like Mr. Smiley's Gardens there, he's got a few crosses out. He had some newer ones. I'm like, right here, Chief.
I've had my
I want to be able to say I have the entire fucking lineup. So right here,
that.
Chief.
There's no excuse that Smiley has not given you the entire lineup. I'm
Well,
just here to call Smiley out.
I
No, I'm just-
believe I have them all. In Smiley's defense, I'm
I
almost
heard a
100%
funny thing.
right.
This is going to be odd sounding, but I heard Smiley and I have something unique in common, and it might surprise you. Care to take any guesses what it might be? Something that you and I do not have in common in any way, shape, or form. All right, you got to use this is the trivia. A couple things actually.
Poker, maybe?
No,
Poker
it's
player.
all right. Smiley made a funny. I don't know, it might have been recently I was watching, but I believe I recall. Like, do you have any tattoos, Eagle?
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any piercings?
Oh, yeah.
You don't have a lot of hair.
No.
Okay. Well, Smiley and I have three things in common that you and I don't. But there's another thing that you and I don't have in common. I don't have any Smiley seeds, and you do. I'm gonna have to get some.
You need some. This is going to be fire.
Get some.
He's been fucking super generous about that shit, too. I got to give him props about that. And he's doing it in kind of a way that, as I talked about earlier, that I really respect. He's not just passing them up, but he's growing it as well, showing you what it's fucking capable of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, I don't have. I just found it funny y'all were talking about piercings and tattoos and stuff and tattoo parlor. I think you were talking about some big wide, like.
That's what you call balance.
Yeah, I'm tell you what, that's diversity in the weed nerd world. It's funny though. Like I
Fuck
watched my
yeah,
brother.
this thing right here, this is literally the size of, watch, I pop this out. You can see through my ear when I do this.
See, those are called gauges, right?
Look, yeah, you can
Gauges,
see the
man.
fucking black, see the white.
Holy shit! I can see the light coming through it.
Yeah. You can actually shove a pencil through there. And this is funny enough, too. I have one of those in my nipple.
No way, dude.
Yeah, I do.
Oh my god. Holy shit, man. No. I'm fucking cringe. Oh my god.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
So, damn, man. Like my brother, he sit there and get a tattoo. Like I draw the tattoo for him and hand it to the tattoo artist. And he sit there and get the tattoo. And I can't even watch without passing out. He can just sit there like a stone. He doesn't flinch. He like looks like he likes it. You know, it's like it's different strokes, you know? Crazy.
My tattoo guy will tell you I said better than anybody he's ever seen. Yeah, ever
like my
worked
brother.
on. Yeah, I'm the perfect canvas.
That's funny. That's exactly
And
what
he
my
was
friend
really. I just got worked on like days ago, from the armpit to my hip. I have a Shiva right here,
shit.
and he was working. He started right in the armpit too.
Oh.
Sometimes I think he's like watching my face as he digs in right there.
Oh my gosh, dude! Right there feels like the worst place that you could like. That's so sensitive.
Armpits, yeah.
There's no fucking way.
It's tender. I'm not gonna
It's
lie.
tougher than me.
So tell me about your paintings. Enough about my silly ass. They were asking in chat. So what do you like to work with? What do you like to paint on? Do you like prefer canvas painting? You want waters or prefer oil? Tell us a little bit about the art.
Well, I can tell you, I like water. So I like painting with watercolors or acrylics because oils are cool and everything, but like using the oils, all the smells and stuff, it's just I just like using water. And the water and the acrylics, it dries fast. So like back up. The thing I hate about acrylics is that it dries so fast. But the thing I love about acrylics is that it dries so fast. Does that make sense? Like, so the water, and I like using water and acrylic and paint in layers and translucent layers and kind of build a background and go over it. I like to paint on canvas. I like to paint on whatever, man. Just kind of whatever. It's like I like to paint. I have a painting that right beside me. I'm working on for my lobster family farm. My friend I was telling you about earlier. I don't think I can get this camera to take background.
Yeah, you have to
Anyway,
turn
I
off
like
the
to paint with
background.
acrylic. I like to paint with acrylics and stuff like that, mostly. Um, yeah.
Do they add more depth? Why acrylics?
Because I don't have to use all the noxious solvents. You know, the oils really smell really, really bad, like chemically smells. And I guess I just like to use water. I guess I just relate it and correlate it to surfing and fishing, which is mainly what I like to paint. Surfing, the surf, waves, and fish and boats. That's what I grew up. Grew up on boats my whole entire life. I've been on boats before I could remember. The earliest memories is being on boats. Yeah, I like painting with acrylics.
How much would you say canvas weighs into your art?
Now it weighs into it. It weighs into a pretty good deal right now. Um, but everything my life experiences weigh into my art. Cannabis is a major part of my life. Uh, it's more of a part of cannabis is more important to me now in my life than it ever has been. And that's because my medicine, that's because of my medicinal needs. I have legitimate medicinal, like, and need, I need function, not only for my ADHD, my depression. It helps me. Certain strains help me knock down that background noise. Um, and they help me with depression, some, and anxiety, all of that. And then I also have some other issues with my eye that the cannabis is the only way I can cut. I guess I could. There may be other painkillers and stuff that may work that are eye drops, $800 bottle eye drops you gotta buy every week that may work. But right now, cannabis and the edibles are working so well that I'm gonna stick on that plan. And then I have back problems that cannabis helps with. I have four degenerative disc disease. So I have 4 degenerative discs. So my back, my vertebrae rub. There's no cushion between your vertebrae, so it rubs, causes the muscles to tighten and kind of like right now my back's killing me. But the cannabis it helps that a whole lot. It helps that it helps relax the muscles and stuff, help with that. So right now cannabis is it's more serious. It's not as much of a party thing. All my life, it's been party thing, hanging out with buddies, that kind of thing, and it still is that. But it's also medicine, and first and foremost, now it's medicine. If that makes any sense.
It does. I agree with you. As I kind of mentioned earlier, I kind of figure that out the more I go on, the weight of the medical side of it, and it's very true, man. That ride to work or whatever, and I'm shaking off yesterday's fucking aches and pains, and I'm thinking, wake up, man, this is gonna be a fucking long day. And then I realize halfway through the joint, holy fuck, I'm feeling a little bit more limber. Fucking, I got this. You know what I mean? I got this. Couple more puffs. I'm good to go. By the time I roll out of the truck, I've got a better, outlook on the day, and my body feels a lot more loose. And so I definitely, just fucking 15 years ago, and I would have just been going, yeah, this is the wake and bake. But now I'm thinking, yeah, today without the joint would be a fucking lot longer. It's way not.
Yeah.
It's way past the wake and bake these days. it's the oil that gets me rolling.
Yeah. Today it saves lives, yours and mine. If I didn't have it,
Sure.
like jokingly, but like putting up with the public sometimes it helps a lot too.
That's yeah, for sure. As I had that already stated, yeah, mornings can be a little bit of rough. I definitely need that half hour in that joint too. That makes me a little bit more smooth.
So yeah, that's
So surf break, another thing that I tried. I love art. Before we go back, before we go to this, I'm gonna stay with the art first. I appreciate art myself. I used to take my daughters when they were growing up to the art museum and try to open and expand their minds as well. I think a lot of those are individual like downloads. We have our perception of what we see in the art itself, but I think that what you see is like just a snapshot of or more or less it's a package. Like say like anything else. I send you an image and your mind unfolds it, the download. You know what I mean? As anything else opens up a package, or you know what I mean? It's your mind's opening up that package and you're seeing emotions, and you know what I mean? It's very individual. And I wanted my daughters to recognize that. I love black and white, so black and white photos for that.
Oh, do
There's
you?
so much fun with your mind filling in the blanks and coloring in certain shit. Man, it's a beautiful experience. But
That's
it so earlier on, as I heard you describing your journal and the things that you draw on it and stuff, you said nobody will ever see it. I hope at some point they do, and they can take that emotional, you know, because keeping journals are pretty special, anyways, for like leaving something for your kids and whatnot. So they can, you know, or even yourself, you can look back and see where you were going wrong or doing right in your life at that point. But yours is more of a visual journey, you know, or a journal. And like I said, with each and every download, which probably has so much emotion attached into that journal, I hope at some point somebody does look at it and can go through that emotional journey of yours.
that's well, it makes me emotional when you're saying that. I want that, like my art. That's that's what I try to do now with intention. I try to paint something. I try to paint a picture that when you look at it, you see obviously what it is. Then when you look closer, you're like, what? Wait a minute. What the fuck's that? And you kind of start following and looking at it, stuff like that. And then also, in addition to that, I want like people, everybody has their own experiences, everything where they see things differently. And I like to see what other people see when they look at my artwork, whether it puts them, whether it makes them in a good mood or bad mood, or if they think it's like, I like to see people react to it without them knowing uh, what's going on in there. Especially like to paint. I especially like to paint things that bother me and cover them up. And I also like to paint when I'm angry, because like I don't I don't like to be angry, but I like to paint when I'm angry because it's a more productive way to get myself back to a not angry place. Because then when it's over with, I can look at the painting and be like, oh, okay, I remember what was going on then, and why I was feeling the way I was feeling about it. And you know, a lot of that might have been in my own head. Like many people, like if I make a blanket statement to a crowd, like an accusatory statement, like you're smoking Bammer or something like that, like in a crowd, somebody will take offense to that, and chances are the person that takes offense to that, they may take offense because they might be smoking Bammer for real. You know, somebody else might be thinking, no, you're joking, or it's a very oversimplified example. But if I paint a picture of a grouper, for example, and you see a big green fish, you're not a grouper fisherman, but a grouper fisherman, somebody who's a master grouper fisherman, um, will look at it and know that my green grouper is a gag grouper. And they will look at my red grouper and know that that is a puddinhead, that that's a red grouper. Like other people just know it's a red fish. Some people know it's a red grouper. Some people will look at it and go, that's a fish, but it's got little sailboats in it. And what is that? And like, so everybody will see it different, no matter what. But it's the same fucking canvas on the wall, right? It's the same thing. But you can ask 100 different people to describe what they see on that canvas, and 100 of them will say something different and something similar all at the same time. And so art in that way, it's kind of accidentally helped me start looking at life and people in a different way. And I didn't intend for it to do that. It's just an observation that that I just, you know, it's just as you get older, as you know, you start really seeing things differently. That's kind of back when we were talking about all the book reading and all the learning and all the PhDs and doctorates you can get. If you're 25 years old, you have all this agricultural skill, all these credentials and stuff. But if you don't have the experience, like, and you haven't actually done it, like that knowledge base compound, it grows exponentially once you start experiencing, even if you do it wrong, like growing plants wrong, killing a whole bunch of plants. I've killed more plants this year than anybody I know. No shit. Like, I've killed hundreds of plants, not because I wanted them to die, but because either I forgot to water them, or my experiment didn't work, or fucking chickens ate them, or I forgot to close the gate, chicken got them, or whatever. Like, I watched a plant the other day, my blue dream plant, collapse in a rainstorm. I watched it through the window because I was sitting there going, is it going to rain hard enough to make it fall over? Should I tie it up? I didn't tie it up because I wanted to be able to move it. Like, it was balanced, but you live and learn. I should have tied that plant up. If I would have tied that plant up when I had the opportunity to do it, it wouldn't have fallen over. And I wouldn't have had 3-week early weed cut down and been upset about it. But then again, now looking back on it, I had 3-week early weed. Now I get to experiment with that early cut down and see how it affects me differently. It really, I didn't have to get upset about it back then. I could have just said, hey, you got fucking 10 pounds in your yard. You know, you don't need all this fucking weed. Why are you getting upset about this and getting grumpy? And then your fucking kids and your family are wondering why you're grumpy and what's wrong? You're like, nothing. Well, they know something's fucking wrong, whether you say nothing or not. They're like a part of your body. You know, people around you feel negative. They fucking know it. You know, so it's all a big fucking circle. I feel like it sounds crazy and it's crystal clear to me all at the same time. You know what I mean? It's weird. Like, but to explain it to somebody that's like, what the fuck are you smoking?
Another thing that you said or described about yourself, your process, that I thought was, again, hopefully you don't mind the wording here, uniquely beautiful in dealing with your problems or thoughts that you necessarily that you didn't like in your head, was drawing them out and then coloring over them with something more positive, kind of just like getting it out and then putting something better in its place. More, you know what I mean?
Thank you.
That's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Pretty awesome. I dig it.
Thank
I really.
I really would love. I'd love moving forward. Like, I definitely share some paintings with you, the stories behind them. Just I'd like to. Yeah, I'd like to show you some of that stuff. Yeah, there's.
Please do. I loved hearing about the process behind that. I was looking earlier down your page too as we were talking, and some of your art too. Pretty incredible stuff. Pretty incredible.
Thank you. Thank you. I need to get some big stuff. Kind of yanked it all down. Like, kind of evacuated out of the. Yeah, I appreciate you. I need to get it back out there. I need to get it on some people's walls that can appreciate it. Yeah.
I can definitely relate to another thing you said about putting things up and taking them down. You just don't know, or the appreciation on the other side. You don't know if you're ready. I mess up. Like, you're gonna get everything you poured into it, or you're exposing yourself in some kind of ways. I used to do that with my woodworking. The amount of love and just even through sanding that last, can I feel that joint, you know what I mean? Or where I put the two pieces of wood together, is it gone? Is it, you know what I mean? And I've sat back and I've looked at these pieces and I thought about how much I'm gonna sell it for, You know what I mean? And it never equals out. Then I wonder, will they ever realize, the love I actually put into this? It might be a simple piece, but and then there's been times where I've like, just as you said, I'm like, yeah, no, not for sale. You know what I mean? It's not. I'll never get what I put out of this. I can't. Fuck this. I don't want to see that I'm fucked up. It's not yours. So
I swear, man.
we didn't lose connection, or I didn't lose connection.
Price on it. I'd rather just be broke than have somebody who misrepresents everything I'm about hanging my art on my wall and bragging about how cheap they got it. That sounds super, super selfish, but like I like my friends, like it's hard to
We're not losing it.
should be. You know what I mean? Like
It is him, right? Sucks. What a dude I can do too. Cheers, everybody.
lava lamp is paused. I think it's
Yeah, we definitely had a little internet problem there for a sec. I was just saying, man, no, this has been a good one too. Is it me? Son of a bitch. Oh, there you go. I, I can't tell if it's me or you. I hate when I have these problems when it's one on one. I'm like, is it me or is it him? Is it me or is it him? I'm over here checking my internet right now. I'm like, oh shit, shit, shit.
I think it's mine. Yeah, it was mine. Are we back?
We're good. We're good. But I definitely understand about what you're saying about the weight of the piece and all that shit.
All right, here's like here. Let me make an example. If I paint a picture of a fish that to me represents uh, lava
Sure.
lamp pellets, give me. Sorry, man, I'm getting emotional again. Yeah, but if I paint a picture of a fish that represents 31 war heroes that fought for our freedom, I'm not gonna discount or or I'm not gonna have that memory insulted because it doesn't match your drapes or your decor. Like it's the wrong place for it. If you're looking at that fish because it matches this room, that's the wrong painting for you. Go get, go. I paint you something else. And that sounds crazy, but I have turned down some sales, and I have been unable to take some commission pieces over the last couple of years because my art is so personal to me, and it's kind of a conflict of interest. So I need to work my way out of that pattern. I need to get it back on the market. Well, maybe it's hard. It's hard. It's very
No,
complicated.
no, 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 no. I fully understand, but in the same aspect, it's you may just because, and again, just because material here not matter. So I'm not. But as a woodworker, I love that. They again back to our artisticness here. I'm making that piece by piece. I'm pulling things out board by board and looking over the grain I have pieces of wood I've set aside because of the pattern, the quilt of the maple, or the bird's eye of some stupid shit that I see. I'm like, oh, this is a drawer front I'm gonna use someday. You know what I mean?
Oh
So
man.
I've actually had I've built pieces and the intentions when I talk with them too. It's always with the intention of, what do you want? Are we staining the piece? And then the are clear, so it's gonna be lacquer. What always the finish, but paint is never in the vocabulary. You know what I mean? And I've had people come to me and go, at the end of the day, I guess I've decided we're gonna paint. We're just gonna go with paint. Or let's paint it white, or you know what I mean. And I have went, nah.
It makes me crazy. But I can't. I come from a long line of lumber merchants. So that's another, we could talk for hours about lumber and fine millwork and woodwork. A matter of fact, I can't wait to show you this table that I have that my uncle Linwood made, hand augured. It's an old seamstress table. It's almost 100 years old. It's so cool that there's these parallels I didn't know about. But like you said, when they paint over like the fine millwork and fine crown work and book match doors and things like this, like where the grain is literally selected in bookmark match, and where they paint over this thing, like it makes me like it makes me almost sick to my stomach. You, you know what you just did? Like you just primed it with some cheese. Are we frozen?
Yeah, I can hear you. A little choppy, but I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah, and
I have
then
to show you. Yeah, that's awesome.
that's something that you kind of mentioned too, man. I have a lot of, just craftsmanship in general. You know, no nail joinery, shit like that.
The table
That's
that
that's
yeah,
that's my cup of tea. That kind of shit like that. Man. I was telling
you get
somebody just yesterday. As much time as I have into learning growing cannabis and shit, I have just as much of a passion about woodworking. And I think every woodworking show you could possibly ever watch, the Woodwright Shop, shit like that, fucking Woodworks, fucking David, I forget what his last name, but he was the host of Woodworks, man. All them guys, man. I used to watch endless hours of woodworking bullshit. So
well,
it's the passion
that's
there is
cool.
equal.
We might have a home then for some old woodworking tools. If you were interested, maybe I could send them to you. I'm
Some of
trying to
my
take.
worldly possessions, and this is no joke, are hand planes. I have some amazing. They are. There's some of my I from early 1900s. I mean, they're literally my prized possessions, and to even work with them today, there's nothing finer than working with a nice plane or hand a
I
card
was getting
scraper. Do
ready
you
to
know
say.
you know
I
how
have.
like a card scraper is? Most people don't know what a fucking card scraper is, but just put the sandpaper up and just take that fine hand blade and fucking card perfection. Yes, I love.
See, I've got some tools. I've got some tools that I'll send you. Then you can do what you want with them. You can chuck them, or you can ask me where they came from. But I'll send you some tools. I think you might at least want. You might want to look at.
Like to
I've got
at
some
least.
really old. I've got some really old hand planes. I've got some super old uh, file, like wood file, different. I got some really old tools. I'll send to you. Some scraper tools and some carving knives that are really, really old, like hand whittling knives and things like that. I've got to go through some junk, and I would love for them to have a home that would appreciate it. So I'll send them to you. So do what you want with it.
That yeah, I don't even know what to say to that because yeah,
It's
that stuff
serendipitous.
has like anything else, man. Has them things have road well traveled, man. It's I hold that shit. This made me so really silly, but man, I actually hold up tools that I have so much respect.
Oh, then
you know,
that's good.
for the
Then they're
people
going
that
to.
held them before me. I had a lady that gave me some of my most cherished pieces out of her dad's of he had made this beautiful.
Awesome.
It was his toolbox that he was like old carpenter, and every hand plane had a fucking niche, and they went on. It was just stacks and stacks of neatly, you know, early 1900 shit. And I was like, you can't, you know what I mean? She's like, take them, nobody else will. I'm like, you can't, you don't understand what the time this man had into placing everything in this box for. I said, you really don't understand what you have here. You should really appreciate this more than you are. This is a piece of
And
history right here.
it's in the right hands. Then that's good that you get it. Kind of serendipitous again that everything kind of happens like it does. I am literally in the process of cleaning out a couple of sheds and attic so that we got some big changes going on here, and like I have a lot of stuff that needs to home. I have too many things, and most of it is sentimental type stuff that has a history, so I can't make myself throw it away or nothing like that. So I'll send you some of these rasps and some of these saws and hand planes. I've got an old hand saw. It's got two wooden handles and got the old old ass bow saw type thing that was used for cutting timber. I'll send you that stuff, and if you, I'll send it to you.
I've honestly joked about on the air quite a few times. Like, I'm like, if you guys could see some of the stuff that I've done, you guys would be actually be like, why the fuck you fuck with cannabis? But it's kind of what we were talking about here earlier. Man, I did throughout my carpenter career, I've done a lot of fucking amazing shit. But around 2008, the fucking market fell out and nobody wanted to pay for craftsmanship and nobody wanted to put the finer end of things. Nobody wanted it anymore. They wanted the Home Depot. Let's go get a
Home
fucking
Depot.
contractor pack and shit. And to me, that was disheartening. You know what I mean? That's where I was like, fucking, I set my nail bags down. I'm like, fuck this repetitive bullshit, man. There's no skill, there's no talent, there's no love into you know what I mean? You
Shove that
guys have,
prime finger joint shit up your ass and keep it.
oh, it's even so much worse than that. Here, man, you buy a
Particle.
fucking door from Menards anymore, and it's actually like particle board that it's like what that's the only anymore that's the only challenge is like, man, can I make this as straight as it should be? Because the challenge isn't necessarily in the woodworking anymore. It's turning junk into something usable.
Exactly. That's that, that's too. Oh my gosh, too true.
But let's talk a little bit about some more of your passions. When did surfing come into your life? What made you hit the board, brother? That's something I've wanted to do my whole life, and I've never made it to the ocean to do it. But man, what a fucking amazing rush that I think it could be.
I grew up. Yeah, I just I I loved I loved the water, and surfing was cool when you're a kid. I guess we lived my parents. One set of my parents lived at the beach on the ocean front. I was very young, and I was close to the beach. Most of my friends surf. I just loved it. I surfing, like I lost jobs because of surfing. Because when like surfing, it's one of the things when you had to take advantage of the opportunity, and sometimes there would be certain hurricane swell or something, and that's like, fuck this, I'm going surfing. I'll get another job, kind of thing. I love surfing that much, and I surfed all the time. Kind of like fishing. I grew up fishing, and I didn't know when to come back. I'd go out. When I was like even just pretty much anything I pick up, I kind of go all in. But fishing and surfing and hunting, I grew up hunting with my grandparents and my father and that kind of thing. And like I think I mentioned, my great grandfather started a lumber business here. My grandfather ran it, and my father ran it. I worked there, and they, I come from a long line of lumber merchants and outdoorsmen and fishermen. So, I grew up with this. It was just kind of it. Surfing is awesome, and I recommend it to anybody. It's in the water, in the ocean, salt water, it's great on so many levels. Yeah, I've surfed all my life. I stopped surfing for a little while, and I have only been back in the water long enough to paddle out, just to say I did this summer, because I kind of made a deal with somebody, Tony, and I did it. Now I planned on surfing some more too, but I've got to get some other stuff back in order for. I got enough stuff around here that I love to do that needs attention. That I need to get my ducks back in order so that I can start surfing when I want to, like I should be doing. I can do those things again like I used to, like I should be doing. You know what I mean? I love surfing. It's awesome. I paint surfboards. I like painting surfboards. I have several. If you let me show you another time, I'll show you. I can't go. Everybody's asleep in the house and everything. I can't. It's hard to get in. I want to really show you the stuff. I want to show you that stuff.
That's the downside of doing the show till late. That's my bad, brother. Let's do another show in the middle of the night.
I will.
Wonder
I would
why I
love
can't
to
see
have
shit.
now that I've talked with you. I would love for you to let me back on just to show you my work and talk about some of it and get your feedback on. Or anyway, I would love that. It would be, yeah. You've disarmed my guard enough for me to let you see some of it. That's a sign of respect. So,
It's an honor. It'd be an honor.
appreciate it. And I got some cool art stories just from this year that I'd love to share, because there's some people in the community kind of that really helped me. Like to share all this stuff. We're actually doing a fundraiser here in a few weeks to raise money to buy a custom wheelchair for Mr. Toad. He needs a wheelchair that he can get in and out of his car, something he can move around stuff. So we're finally agreed to start looking into, getting measured and stuff, and trying to get it auctioned. And I'm gonna put up artwork for auction to hopefully generate money for the wheelchair. So if you know anybody that might want to participate in that, any support would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I think there's myself included. I would get involved.
As far as selling my artwork, that's the only avenue that's really going to be available for sale. Other than maybe moving forward, I may get more comfortable because I certainly need the money, and I certainly have artwork here that, like, it doesn't make sense to let mental unhealth let me throw that shit in the trash can and be broke and say fuck it. That's an unhealthy reaction. You know what I mean? Kind of like your woodwork, you busting tables because you're just fuck that. It's something that maybe maybe you could one day get the appreciation that you definitely deserve, probably, for your passion, that kind of thing. I feel like there's a parallel between us. I hope it's. I think in that regard. I feel like you want to help people. I feel like you've been helping people a lot longer than I have. Also, again, respect.
It's just the right thing to do, brother. That's what I hope, man.
You're right. It's not. Yeah, it's a lot of times it's not the easy thing to do. And like somebody told me recently, like a lot of times the right thing to do. Might actually most of the time the right thing to do is not the easy thing to do, but a lot of times it's not easy, right? Like getting a job, doing something is menial, it's busting tables, and like or whatever the hell it is, like whether it be shoveling dirt or taking up.
I remember when, for me, the guy that raised me, when it came to work, he bitching about that first position, which was a dishwasher. He told me, he's like, son, I don't care where you start. If you start scrubbing toilets or whatever, if you fucking scrub them motherfuckers better than anybody else, trust me, you ain't gonna be scrubbing toilets for long. You know what I mean? And I've applied that to fucking everything I've ever done. You know what I mean?
Your show reflects that as far as all the shows that I've encountered, at least in my short span in the internet world. And now having a conversation with you, just having the brief conversation to get to know you, the short amount of time I do so far, it's yeah, I can see that.
The
Respect.
biggest the biggest badge of honor that I can say that I ever received is when I had the opportunity to meet people and they turn and talk to somebody else. They're like, he's exactly the same motherfucker he is. You know what I mean? It's same. It makes me proud. You know what I mean? It makes me think I'm doing something.
Can you turn your mic up a little bit?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I can.
Yeah, I
Well, that and when I tend to talk about myself, I tend to mumble. I think that has a little bit to do with it too.
That's funny, man. I resemble that remark. I thought it was a trick you had to get me to lean in and talk louder.
That's funny. Too funny. Yeah. So let's see here. What have we? I'm a big advocate. Cannabis has changed my life. We did as far as like doing nice things for nice people. Again, I given cannabis away. I think has been cannabis in general, giving seeds away, giving cannabis away has been, some of the most gratifying things and it has been the cheapest thing to do that has been very impactful to people. Subcool was the first person that kind of really opened my eyes up to that. You know what I mean? I've always I knew the appreciation of giving away weed. You know what I mean? That's always I love giving away weed for that. Just it always brightens somebody's day.
100%. You're so right. Like I didn't even realize how nice it was to give away weed until I started handing it to my neighbors, and they start crying when you hand it to them. And shit, it's like that's they just tripping out. Like it's satisfying, and you realize like there's a lot of people out there that can't help. Myself.
Well, and again, kind of back to cannabis and the medical side of cannabis, and something you said earlier, and what you're talking about now, when you were talking about your neighbors and them being a little bit older and having them use the cannabis instead of the other medicines. That's the fucked up side of life right there. Is we we spend all of our time to get that buck, and then we spend all of the money that we've accumulated in life to kind of stay alive, and it's a nasty fucking trap. So and if we could ease that cost and or encourage some of that generation to open their mind so they can actually save them, you know what I mean? Get off of, and you know what I mean? That's they're trying to do, every one of us as we get to that age, you know what I mean, are just trying to survive, staying alive. If we could say, talk to them, show them the light so they can just, enjoy that age a little bit more and not have to worry about having to pay for the meds and that. Some of that shit, as you talked about, man, that's fucking insanely expensive.
I mean, like theoretically, in my mind now, like I feel like I can make a batch of Pico here coming up in the next few months, and I could, like, with one little drop of that under the tongue, my friend down the street, she could feel a whole lot of relief. You know what I mean? Like, or one little drop on a cookie or a brownie or a piece of whatever. I'm that, but like, she's on. We're on the same page. There's a lot of people around me. There's a lot of people around me that could use cannabis, but they will lose their job if they get caught using it. You know what I mean? They won't be able to take, but they're taking prescription meds and drinking to, like, that's okay. It should. It's empowering to give it away. It really is. That's part of the reason why I'm kind of I've been catching a lot of heat for coming out, like, in the open with it, and like posting pictures on my Instagram and stuff like that, being more open about growing and consuming. And my only reservation all along in doing that, initially, well, my initial reservation was legal and all that stuff, selfish reasons. But now it's my wife. She doesn't need the repercussions. She doesn't consume. She's got her shit together. She helps others every day. She's the epitome of a good human. I'm a street person without it, but it's like that repercussion on people for, it's just not fair. Not it's misinformation. It's hard. It's a challenge, but there's veterans. There's sick people. There's so many sick people, very, very, very sick people that need the medicine, and that if like 1 out of every 20 neighbors starts growing clean cannabis in their backyard and starts providing clean cannabis to their neighbors that need it, they won't be forced to go to dispos, and maybe or support the people we don't want to support. And then also maybe they can teach their neighbors who are in a situation where they need a tool to fight out of depression or fight out of being paralyzed on the couch and not exercising. Like, maybe they can just start growing a plant, even if they never get to consume it. They could just start growing a plant, like learn something about how to, does that make any sense? What I'm saying? I feel like I'm talking in a circle, but.
Oh no, it does make sense. And that's another thing that I've learned through trying to dig deeper. Cultivation there. Another one of the things where I was growing as I was digging in deeper there. They knew in the 70s that horticulture had this therapeutical value to do it. They could have stopped, they could help vets in the 70s coming back from Vietnam, dealing with it through, horticulture. Just in that we're not even talking about cannabis. We're just talking about fucking growing shit. You know what I mean? Just growing shit, house plants, just anything to tend. You know what I mean? They knew that. They knew that. They buried it, and they fucking just handed out handfuls of fucking poison. You know what I mean? Oh, that's a very sore subject.
Fucking man. Hey,
You know,
fucking yeah.
I think it's awesome. Cannabis is here to, for some redemption. And again, as you sit there and you tell me about your amazing wife, kind of you're feeling sorry because of the guilty by association. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? I've
it's not
had,
fair.
yeah,
Not
it's
fair.
not, it's super unfair,
It's not fair.
super unfair, just because you've seen and know the medical value, and you know what I mean? Yet, and again, there's some kind of tarnish there that can be passable, and there's still fucking people fighting that war still to the day, much like yourself is. It's sad that that was one of the only benefits that fucking came out of COVID, the whole charade, but whatever. That's a whole nother tangent.
Oh
But it
boy.
woke people up and gave us some kind of, you know what I mean? What was it? What was it? Necessary. We were, it was. We actually got some merit out of it becoming people were able to come out of the woodwork thanks to the whole COVID stigma that. But other than that, there has been a lot of nasty stigma with the use, and especially the cultivation of cannabis. You know what I mean? That
Yeah.
was passable to our loved ones and friends and shit like that.
Right. And we have a lot more in common than I even thought, man. Uh, how do I wanted to show you how to get my camera turned off. I'm mumbling because talking. I want to show you some stuff, but I'll later.
I hope I get the opportunity to
I
see
keep getting
some shit.
emotional. I keep getting emotional trying to talk about uh, some artwork I want to talk about, but I'll get there.
That's because so much heart goes into that shit, man. That's very respectful, man. And that's artists, incredible people.
Thanks. I appreciate you.
It's a critical key side of life that I think a lot of people lose is that vision and that inner vision, the creativity. I think as we grow up, I think a lot of that is squished to you have to do the 9 to 5 bullshit. Dreams are squashed so early on, and they give up on that inner creativity that I talk about a lot is so necessary for like manifestation and things. You know what I mean? You can't you don't build anything until you see it, and if you can't see it, you can't build it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think that's awesome that you're still nurturing your creative, inner creativeness.
I hope that like I feel like if I keep moving forward, I think that my best art's yet to come. So I'm looking like I'm optimistic in a way that I haven't been in a long time. So that's a positive thing. I'm actually thankful for that. The hard days still come, so for anybody out there, just, I'm sure everybody's the same way. Just good. Life's challenging sometimes, isn't it?
It's been amazing stories. I never expected that tonight was going to roll the way it did, for real. Yeah, I expected a good night, but I didn't necessarily, see how much cannabis was going to be, you know, the impact of the journey. You know
No,
what I
it's
mean?
it's huge. It's a lot of the story that there's a lot of the story I can't, like I said earlier before the show, I can't tell for obvious reasons.
Again, man, a lot of respect for you from everything you've been through, and for a little bit of rekindling of how awesome the cannabis community can be, and a whole lot of respect gained from Mr. Toad. You know, I mean, I again, I don't know where the not necessarily the canon community, but more so through the YouTube bullshit. You know what I mean? Things have these lines have been drawn, I guess, at one point or another that are stupid. But you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I've always been kind of bummed that I've had the opportunity. And I think at one point it's the craziness of what the chat panels could be. He's popped in it a few nights and probably wanted to talk serious shit. And we are probably on mushrooms and talked about goofy shit the whole time he was on. And he was like, "Yeah, fuck this shit." But I have a lot of respect for the dude, and you know, it's good.
I can. Sorry, you go. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, man, I knew he had done some pretty amazing things for some folks around the cannabis community, but you never get to hear the one-on-one, the other side of things. Nobody's if you always be leery of the guy that's like kind of tooting his horn for, yeah, I donated $10,000 to a charity today. You know what I mean? You did it for bragging rights. You didn't do it because your heart was in it. So to hear the other side of the things that people won't brag about, like the shit that he's done for you, you know what I mean?
When
Thank you.
Those people are like, it's like there's an old adage my grandmother used to say. Ooh, I'm an eagle. she'd say, do good deeds, but don't get caught doing them. That's what Mr. Toad reminds me of. Or she would say, do good deeds, but don't get caught doing them. In other words, don't brag about it. Don't go and it's like, next week I'm going to donate. Toad walks a walk. And I can tell you a lot of stories that would just your mind to be even more blown. And I will. I look forward to talking about it. I'm very, very, very excited. I'm very glad I came on. I almost couldn't overcome the anxiety. Like I was almost, just but I'm so glad I can't wait to talk to you about art, meet you in person too.
Glad we've crossed the bridge too, my friend.
So I'm not far. I'm going to be in trim prison for the next not trim prison, but trim heaven, I guess, for the next few weeks. For the first time ever, I'm actually considering washing my flowers, dipping my fucking flowers in water to wash it off. And I've been going through all the different ideas and the ways people do that and stuff. I'm still scared. It just takes me so far out of my comfort zone. I can't imagine dipping my flowers in a bucket of water for 30 seconds, but I have to rinse a lot of it this year because it's outside and my chickens are out there scratching around. There's dust blowing around, and I really just want to get as clean as get it. I don't know. I just really. Have you ever washed your flowers off from outside?
Well, I've washed indoor flower. I'm not necessarily an outdoor grower, but I've washed indoor flower just for experiment sakes. You know what I mean? Just for the same reason you want to do. Your mind thought to do the two different picos there. You at least want to try it once and see if it has some merit.
Did it degrade your flower to smoke in any way? Did you notice?
No, I don't think so. I really
That's all I need to hear. That's all I need to hear.
And in fact, I'm smoking somebody's cannabis, Mr. Smiley, whom I very much respect. And anybody that smokes Smiley's weed will tell you it's loud, it's good. You know what I mean? And he washes his cannabis. And you know what I mean?
That's I got.
So
That's awesome.
yeah, I don't think it destroys your cannabis at all. So.
And Smiley's an organic grower too, right? A living soil
And
grower.
100%, 100%.
Oh, that's
Have you
epic.
not ever seen? Oh, man, that's he has a bunch of episodes on the channel, the
I
organic takeovers, where
I
he
gotta
talks nothing but soil, serious
I,
soil, man. Yeah,
I gotta
smile.
get. I
Soil
gotta.
is my smiley. Smiley is my organic rock. You know what I mean? I've. Yeah, so another thing is the mastermind circle. You know what I mean? You ever
Awesome.
listen to Napoleon Hill there? Your mastermind circle. You have to, if you want to do things right, you keep intelligent people around you, or you know what I mean? And you have to know your weaknesses and flaws so you can have friends that can support you and help. You know what I mean? And so
Amen.
Smiley is part of my mastermind circle but he's my organic rock. He's I don't think I've ever told him that, but I guess I just did. But yeah,
Oh man, that's funny.
if
I,
you
I
want,
have watched Smiley. Like I've seen him in lots of the shows on FCP. I've watched Smiley like on lots of the shows and kind of in the background on all the panels. And I gotta say, I've never seen Smiley be disrespectful or anything. Like he's always so cool and so polite. And he's one of those guys. Like he seems to be a cool cat. I look forward to having conversations with him. But yeah, if he washes, like, yeah, I definitely got to wash my buds. And plus, he doesn't have any piercings or any tattoos, and he's got hair. I don't know him yet, but I trust him more than I trust you already.
that's good stuff right there, brother. That's good stuff.
I can't. I
No.
have no idea what's going on in chat. I haven't put my bifocals on yet, so I hope it's all.
No. And that goes in without cannabis, anything, you know, with even outside of cannabis, man. Smiley is for sure one of the best people I've had the opportunity to meet in a very long time. And that's but that goes, you know, that's kind of true with the people in the canna community and as well though, man. Some of the best people I've met in my whole life, you know, through all kinds of shit, you know what I mean? Sports, fucking crazy times, partying times, da 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 da.
Yep,
Best people I've ever met, Canada community, 100%.
across all walks of life.
Yeah.
100%. I got to take a piss break again, Eagle. Sorry.
Got you, brother. Run. Cheers, everybody in chat. Purple Thumb, Martial Artist, Bill Sid, Poe 2420, ZX6. Cheers, are your new name to chat. We've got a bunch of people in chat. And cheers to all you guys. And of course, much respect to the guy I've been talking about recently, Mr. Smiley, Southern BT Grower, Texas Weed Hopper. All you guys, cheers, even the ones I haven't said. Where is Johnny Can't See tonight? Mr. Green's Fingers, Chris Dog, French Bulldog, Christoph, French Bulldog. Cheers to you, your new name as well. Brent Anderson. What are you guys smoking on? You didn't tell me earlier. Cheers, Chiba Man, who just popped in the chat. Cheers to you as well. Oh, it's been a fun night, fun episode. Man, very heartfelt episode throughout sometimes, man. It's been a pleasure to get to meet this gentleman, man. And another great meet example. That's what we're talking about, man. It's amazing people in the community, for sure. For sure. Aldridge 25. Cheers to you as well. Free shows at 47. Ryan Kowalski, cheers to you as well. Apple Fritter. I'm having a good night. Can of Maine, Cam. Cam, the Can of Maine. My bad.
You there?
I'm here.
I didn't know if I muted myself. I'm trying to turn off this background camera.
Well, you tap where you get. Well, you're on a phone, right? If you're on a phone, then you'd go to dot dot dot, and it'll bring up some options and probably settings, background. You can change it, turn it on, off. If you're on a phone or laptop, then you would hit the camera arrow up, and then it'll ask you about the background.
Setting background effects.
You can change them or turn them off. There you go.
Now, how do I get back to what?
I can see some beautiful
Sorry,
art on the wall now.
Let me see. I feel like an idiot.
If you want to, if you want to turn your camera around up in the upper left hand corner, you should be able to double tap and it'll show you like a little camera, and you should be able to flip it to the other side if you just want to walk around and use that camera versus.
Man. I just got to look at myself with my bifocals on. I scared myself to death. Here's the picture I was doing for my friend Rotten Skateboards I was telling you about. It's a 2-piece painting. So can you see it? Yeah, so it's like I've just started underpainting it right here. So later on you can see like what it turns into. Like I don't want to give away all the secrets, but there's a lot of hidden images in it.
I dig it. Already, it's pretty fucking cool.
This is one I like, just a wave, just a picture of some waves. Beach. I can't see what I'm pointing at, so if I'm not pointing it right, tell me.
It's funny that, like you said, how everybody sees the individual, like little bullshit in between the waves. I see like almost my mind put like a heart in that splash in between. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It's and that's what I love about art, like, and that's exactly what you said. Everybody's perspective can kind of, our minds might put together something that might not even be there.
Exactly. So like hopefully when I continue doing layers on this, it'll come together. But down here, there's a wave. Like both paintings, there's one wave with barrels coming down. There's all kinds of hidden images that, but just kind of I'll have to take you in the house sometime, show you the stuff. But right now, I don't even know what time it is. But
I love the hidden images, by the way.
Thank you.
It's cool as hell, man. Just staring into it, and you're like, is that? Yes. Alex Gray, I love his work because of that kind of shit.
I've got to take you inside to show you the picture I did for Tony. I'm gonna have to go inside just a second.
Oh no, please
get my headlight on here. What?
I said, oh no, don't apologize, please do.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. But first, I'm gonna take one more bong rip before I go. I didn't know if I was.
It's an amazing talent.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're 420. They're asking in chat how much. How much? It is badass. That's one thing that I hate to see is I appreciate like any kind of art in the city, but murals that fucking cities decide to take down after years and years of building get demolished that has a fucking beautiful mural on it. I just think that cool things like that.
love airbrushing murals. I love doing that. If I ever get up near you and you got open wall space, I'll hit your wall up for you.
Uh-huh. cool as that.
I love doing murals, bigger stuff.
It's a lost art for sure. I love to see them though, especially big ones. I just, for me, it's like my mind gets the scale of it. You know what I mean? How, and some of the big ones, it's like, how the fuck are you, especially when you're up there, you're so far from the ground, you're like, proportion an eye on a fucking 30-foot skull and shit. You know what I mean? It just, yeah.
There's some government cheese while they're sleeping, but there's some government cheese.
Right now. Looking good, stacked.
They look good with that light on. Let me see if I can get to any of this artwork right now. Right, here's a fish. I won't tell you what's in it. Let's see if you see.
Oh, that's fucking badass.
It's a hogfish. So, can you see? There's an angel. There's an angel right here. There's her wings. And there's her face. Her face is a coffee cup. The angel's face. Her breast are fish hooks.
Let me. I'm gonna fucking spotlight it. Make your screen big enough for everybody. There we go. Oh, I see it. I definitely see it. Okay.
So, all right. So here's her breast. There's her face. If you look closely, even the coffee cup that's her face, if you go closer, her ears are hooks. Her nose is a sailboat. And this is a print, so it's not as easy to see as the original. It's a print. It's a metal print. And if you come back, like there's her body and her legs. It's a crab claw. See the crab claw? And then there's her wings. And then there's also a rose. There's a rose right here. And there's literally like many other things. There's hidden stories in it that I could tell you. And there's little fish and stuff. But
it's fucking badass. So badass. The little hearts up on the top there. I see.
got
It's one of those things you almost shouldn't have divulged that shit because now you can't unsee it. You know what I mean?
like, what do you see in that when you look at that picture? Do you see a 4-leaf clover or an octopus bird? Do you see the roses? Do you see the 31 white roses? Do you see all that stuff is hidden?
It's pretty fucking cool.
I don't know if you can see it.
I see it now that you pointed it out, but there's so much. That's one of the things. That's the beauty of art right there, standing there and taking it in.
So it's a 4-leaf clover overall. Like if you look, the legs, but then you come closer, it's an octopus. But then there's little 4-leaf clovers for suckers. So it's pretty convoluted. It tries to. It's
badass. You've got some talent, brother.
This one is an octopus with. It's actually a cypress tree. I mentioned a cypress tree earlier. There's a cypress tree buried underneath that with an eye, and this one's pretty. There's a lot of meaning to that one. Maybe one day I'll talk about. It's flying. Now, here's one. Here's a dragonfly. It's got like waves.
It's amazing.
Thank you. There's a mermaid. I don't know if you see the mermaid. Like, what do you see when you look at that first?
The human shape, of course, but
yeah. Do you see the fish, like the tails and the fish and stuff? Like
But in my, like, it's also a lady on the beach with her head looking back up at the sun, like laying in the surf. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you look closer, like in the whitewater, there's like little hearts and there's
This
little
is
stories.
it's kind of unfair on my end, damn it. Because you know what I mean? There's no rushing perspective. You know what I mean? You're like, what do you see? What do you see? I'm like, well, there's so much shit. There's so much shit. I don't know. What am I supposed to get? I feel like I'm like trying to win a prize and shit. Where is it? Where is it? Where's that? That's it right there. Where's Waldo? I'm like, where is it? Where is it? Holy shit. Yeah, you can't, yeah. There's so much awesomeness there. It's not unfair to go. Do you see it? The one thing, it's unfair. It's awesome though. So, as I kind of said earlier, man, about my talents, I'm wondering what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing growing weed? But it brought you back. Yeah, you got some amazing talent, my friend.
You're too kind, man. Thank you. I gotta show you. I came in here to show you a specific painting. I squirreled out, which is par for the course. I want to show you the painting I did for Tony. Maybe I got my tent in front of it. This is the painting. This painting back here hiding. This is the one I really wanted to show, but I'll have to move the tent later. Well, maybe we'll just show that to people at the auction.
I think it's super cool that you're doing something for him. 100%.
I can never repay him for what he's done. I just hope that he can help others in some way.
Something tells me you're doing a lot of it right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
And just sometimes just knowing the impact that you've done it's everything. Why you do what you do. So, but
yes. Bear with me one second. It's almost 4:20, Eagle. Is it really that late?
yes, sir. I know it's funny because I remember the look on your face when I told you, you know, the possibility of running that long. You're like,
I cannot believe it's been that long. Holy shit. My rooster will be crowing in just a minute.
that's a sign of a good evening right there.
It was for me. It's been awesome. I'm definitely ready for a good work day right now. I start my day here in a little bit.
88's hanging out watching because you came and you brought a lot of cool folks over, and that's a good thing right there. I guess I can thank you. You know, thank you for bringing Mr. Toad, you know, to the show tonight.
Is Ankh in the audience? Is he in the chat?
Yeah, he's been in chat all night long. He has been here all night long. Carrero popped in this evening. A lot of the people you spoke up tonight are in chat. 100%.
Awesome. Awesome. One day, I hope that you'll pop in on the show that I'm always on there goofing around with Chris. If you ever pop in and say hi to us, that would give Chris a heart attack.
to come in and have a snack with him. I told him he needs to get a spot on your show and get interviewed because cannabis has a big effect on his life also. And he's a cool cat. He's got a big heart. He's a good friend of mine too.
Yeah, there's so many different stories that, you know, when I first started doing this, Tao, the American one, he says, how often are you going to do this? I'll cocky. Every night? Every night? He said, every night? I was like, every night.
I love it.
He's like, you think you can do it? Oh. But I was like, you know, honestly, I don't think I can really. I'm gonna run out of amazing stories. I think the cannabis culture is that rich to where I can do this for a while. It's like, how many are you gonna do? And I blatantly said, pounds. Didn't even think about it. Pounds. I didn't. You know, at some point, I was wondering if, you know, I was gonna be able to do it. But I do have a 100% confidence in what I said earlier. I don't think there's so many great stories, so many fascinating journeys. And I hope to hear every last one of them. Or you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I have some really close friends that I would love for you to hear their stories as well. And I know people that could benefit from them.
I think it's, you know, key for, you know, the cannabis culture's been misunderstood for so long. We've been, as we kind of briefly touched on, forced behind closed doors, and we've been, you know, nullified for fucking the person we are and the medicine we decided to choose and all that shit. And it's time. The time is now for the stories to be told, you know, and so people can understand the true culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It isn't all stoner and hippie and all that shit. There's, you know, there's a reason, there's a why, there's an impact.
Very wide. Very wide.
And again, as we roll, cheers, everybody hit that 420 mark.
Is it 420?
It is right on the nose. I just said
back
it down. Light up real quick for the 420. But again, we have hit that mark, and now I feel like rude that, you know, we have hit the mark, man. I've had a good night tonight. This has been a good meet, 100%. And so yeah, hopefully you know everything that I'm about ready to tell you, my friend. That the Zoom link that I sent you tonight is your link. If you ever happen to lose it, hit me up and I'll be happy to resend it. You're more than welcome to come hang out anytime you want to come hang out. You know, I know a lot of people would love the opportunity to hang out and discuss. You know, that's one of the things too. I was thinking it tonight too, as as I'm seeing some of the questions, and I do this a lot too. I see the questions.
Why do I see chat? I can't see it.
I see the questions roll by, and I'm like, this is my time. I don't. Those are weed nerd questions. Those are weed nerd world questions. That's them later, man. This is my time. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, man. I'm telling you what, though. Honestly, having that link, it's encouraging because there's times when somebody needs to step in there and tighten Green Fingers up. He's in that spider hole, man. You got to get him to step out of that spider web sometimes. And I want to learn I want him to teach me how to draw spitting mushrooms on the screen too. Do I get the spitting mushroom thing on?
Oh yeah, I think he's somehow or another. He's quick to teach. Don't say that. it's not like somehow like I know that he's like, yeah, I think he's like DMing. Like, yeah, just A plus B, mushroom, stem, spit. Fuck. It's too easy. You don't even know how we're doing it.
It's not fucking Darth Vader. I don't care what he says. That bowl is not Darth Vader.
He never ceases. I'm bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and naive every time I share something too, because I'm like, oh, and I will be staring at the screen. I won't even see it till it's like 4 in. I'm like, oh shit, there they are, motherfucker. It's amazing how he blended them in like that. Like,
had me laughing so hard.
All right, brother. With that being said, it is time to end this fucking super fun night. The one last thing I need to get from you before you go, and of course, that is the silly sound bite, or I think it's a little silly, but at some point I will use it for a commercial for your episode. Basically, what I'm looking for. My version is, hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 719. You say whatever the hell you want before, after that, long as that's in there somewhere, the soundbite is yours. And I am ready right now.
Hello, I'm Holwachagaot. I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 719. I hope everyone has a great night.
Yeah, perfect. I do appreciate you coming on and telling your story. You know, I can definitely relate to a lot of points to it. And moreover, your time, man. It's the most valuable thing we have. And you've gave me a little piece of your heart and your time. And I can't repay for that shit, brother. But I can definitely respect and appreciate everything you've laid down tonight. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for hanging out, donating your time.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your time. And thank you more so for what you do for the community. And yeah, I really look forward to hanging out and getting to know you better. And I hope that maybe one day if you have a guest cancel or something, call me on for part 2. Come on. Talk some more about my story if you want. Anytime you ever want to. Thank you for having
Oh
me.
yeah, I definitely appreciate that. And
do an art show. We can do an art show next time, and I can actually have some stuff prepared. We can even do, if you would do it, we could do a weed nerd auction on some stuff that wouldn't otherwise get to see the light of day. And we can donate that auction money to a, well, preferred, we'll come up with something. How about that?
Whatever you want, brother. Whatever
I would
you
like
want.
to have an auction. I would like for you to support me in any way you can to support the auction for Mr. Toad. That would be what I ask.
I'm 100% behind you, brother. Anything you need me to do, I'm with you on this because I'd love, yeah.
Thank you.
It's about time somebody does something nice for Toad. Yeah, 100%.
Thank you, Eagle.
With that being said, as we've seen tonight, do not forget to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness can and do save lives. And with that being said, we are out of here. You guys have a great evening, and I will see you a great day. I will see you